thing, but it's a political priority. Didn't want divisions.
And I think as well...
Can I just interrupt you for 1 second to let you know what the Conservatives are saying on Twitter. Let's call it Twitter, X, whichever you prefer. Here we go, they say. Today, Rishi Sunak strengthens his team in government to deliver long-term decisions for a brighter future. Stay tuned for the latest.
I think there's every chance we'll be doing that.
Do you know what? I sometimes wonder whether politicians are jealous of broadcasters. They use all our words. They nick all of our phrases.
They've obviously been listening to the podcast. I think
and the breakfast show.
Picking up what Sam said, the writing was on the wall for Suella Braverman late last night when Downing Street started briefing out themselves a big clampdown on the protest. Once you heard that coming out of number 10, rather than the Home Office where it would normally come from, that was Rishi Sunak trying to grab control of this story and say, I'm the guy that's going to clamp down on these protests. You don't need Suella Braverman to do that. I think it was pretty clear when those front pages dropped last night that she would be out of the door this morning.
OK, she was certainly out the door this morning of her own home. We did see that happening. It's a doorstep, as we call it, in the trade. There she is.
You're off to Downing Street, Home Secretary.
You have to get sacked.
Yep.
The answer was yes, she was about to get sacked for the second time.
I mean, that's incredible. And it's incredible, actually, that Rishi Sunak appointed her. And it was a mark of the turbulent time, and bluntly, his weakness when he arrived as Prime Minister, that he had to put around that cabinet table all sorts of people that he wouldn't naturally have wanted to have. He had Liz Truss as Deputy Prime Minister in the shape of Therese Coffey.
And she'll be next for the chop, I'd imagine.
Exactly.
Therese Coffey, why?
Because, as Sam was saying, she's Liz Truss's best mate. She's there because Rishi Sunak was trying to reach out to key parts of his party because he came in a weak position. He knew the members hadn't voted for him. He knew the party was very divided and all over the place. And so he had people in his cabinet who were not his favourites. This reshuffle, I suspect, is when you see his actual favourites, the people he thinks he can trust, the people who give us a vision of Rishi Sunakism to the country. They're all coming in now.
The thing with Therese Coffey is that she's always been seen by whoever the Prime Minister was as a safe pair of hands, hasn't she?
No.
No. Okay. I think that's generous, honestly.
Really, no.
Okay.
She is a
She
is a reasonable media performer, which and she gets on well with members of the media, which bluntly always helps improve your profile in the media. But I think that. When working with officials and when trying to get things done, I think Downing Street can and does get a different impression. Look, I think the reason this reshuffle is really fascinating, Kay, is that and there we have
interesting.
James
They're both together there, isn't it?
That was just yesterday
yeah.
at the Cenotaph.
I wonder if he knew.
I wonder if she knew.
If she'd listened to our podcast, she definitely would have known, okay? Because
of course, you're here to talk about the podcast.
Most of this, Sam and I discussed yesterday, and spent a long time speaking to people. It's so hard to make the predictions on this stuff because nobody in Downing Street wants to talk about it. You get this omerta descends in number 10. Everybody stops answering their phones, and that in itself is a sign that something's going to happen. But I guess in the end, Rishi Sunak has made the judgment that it would have looked weaker for him not to act than it would have done.
He's right.
To leave her in place.
He's absolutely right. He's the Prime Minister. At the end of the day, he's the boss, and she disrespected him openly.
That's right. And it was the line that he felt couldn't be crossed. Because he was being pushed around by her, wasn't he? You know, we had Suella moments. We had Suella moments, like, not once a month, there was one at conference, but sort of twice a week. Last week began with the discussion about whether or not she was right to say that homelessness was a lifestyle choice, the row over whether or not there'd be something on removing homelessness tents in the King's speech, which there wasn't. That was a slap on the wrist from the Prime Minister, you felt. And then later in the week, you had the stuff around the march.
Hold that thought. Want to go to Downing Street? Amanda's there. Suella sacked.
Absolutely, yeah. Dramatic news this morning. We were expecting it to happen today, but clearly it's already begun before 9 o'clock this morning. We've also heard that James Cleverly has gone into number 10, so it looks like it could be possible that he might be the one in the running to be her replacement, which of course would then line up a vacancy and in the position of Foreign Secretary. He's largely seen as having done quite a strong performance in that role, travelling around the Middle East in response to the attacks in Israel. ministerial. He's very popular with the party. He tops the league table of cabinet members in terms of popularity in the party, which is important for Rishi Sunak because Suella Braverman was also someone who was very popular with Conservative Party members. She has a lot of supporters among the right wing of the party, and for some time there's been a lot of speculation about why it was that Rishi Sunak was keeping her in that position of power as Home Secretary when she kept making these very controversial statements that Number 10 had to keep sort of trying to dampen down and row back on. Obviously the comments in the Times we heard last week, as well as the homeless people in tents making a lifestyle choice, migrants making migrants as an invasion comments which were criticised by the Archbishop of Canterbury. Now, I've spoken to many backbench Tory MPs who do support her. They believe she was right to speak her mind. And therefore, for Rishi Sunak, he needs to make sure that in this reshuffle, he keeps a balance of power in the cabinet.
Amanda, for now, thanks very much indeed. We are going to continue with this breaking news here on Sky News. And with me, politics at Jack and Sam's, the main protagonists. You called it.
He did call it. I was sat with him doing the podcast yesterday afternoon, and as we were making the podcast, the Sam Coates iPhone, which is a terrifying piece of equipment, was buzzing throughout. And through the course of the recording, which was only about 3/4 of an hour, it was getting more and more likely, according to Sam, that this reshuffle was happening. By the end of the podcast, he pretty much there, yes, I think it's going to happen, Suella Braverman, and he even shouted up James Cleverly as a possible replacement. We haven't had that confirmed yet, but he did just go into number 10. So if you'd have tuned in last night, you'd have known all this ages ago.
This Downing Street is quite good at keeping secrets, but clearly under wraps they've been keeping what is going to be a big reshuffle. We've got a very big day ahead. Oh, that means expect a lot of faces to change.
Yeah, but...
They include probably Therese Coffey. We've had a lot of briefing against her. The Environment Secretary probably out.
Cigar smoking.
Yes, popular figure amongst some, not always necessarily in Downing Street.
Bezies with Liz Truss.
Exactly. There's a throwback. Potentially, we don't know this, Steve Barclay's the other name that's been talked about. He's the Health Secretary. But the person that you had in this studio, 20 minutes ago, Wes Streeting, is seen to be getting the better of that relationship on both sides of the aisle over health. So could there be a punchier figure there?
He's very impressive, though. I mean, whatever your politics, Wes Streeting is incredibly impressive.
I mean, I don't think any Tory would want to go up against Wes Streeting because they might not look good. And lots and lots of changes in the junior ranks already. Some people are resigning, but they've done so privately, and so we'll bring you more names in a bit.
We will get it again.
I know, I saw that. And there's a £90,000 job going at the moment, though, isn't there? Maybe one of these. Maybe Suella might fancy that job.
Well, there you go. Exactly. I mean, there's not many harder jobs than being Home Secretary, but standing.
This is the £97,000 job to be the Prime Minister's official spokesman.
Exactly, and the one job that's probably harder than Home Secretary is standing in front of political journalists like him every day and answering their terrible questions.
Yeah. OK. So we think potentially the previous Deputy Prime Minister might be out.
Yeah.
We think Steve Barclay...
he's on the brink, I think. He's on the brink. There's definitely people in Downing Street who think they need a bigger hitter in there. I mean, if James Cleverly does get moved across into the Home Office, that obviously opens up a very big brief as Foreign Secretary. It's an incredibly difficult time for that in that job because of the two wars we're dealing with. So, we haven't even started to speculate about who a new Foreign Secretary might be.
Could that be Tom Tugendhat? He's been doing some stuff. He's in the security space already. Could it be? James Cleverly has earned a lot of spurs in Downing Street for the way and the tone with which he has dealt with the ongoing crisis at Israel-Hamas. And they'll be looking for somebody who similarly can deal with delicate political moments.
OK, I don't understand why being Home Secretary would be a higher post than being Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm not sure everyone would think that it was, but in many ways it's a more high-profile one. I mean, it's one that's fraught with danger. We've seen many Home Secretaries get blown up by various different policy disasters over the years. You remember all the way back to the Labour years, we seemed to lose one every other week, didn't we, back in those days? But it is front and centre of where Rishi Sunak wants the election campaign to be. If they're going to talk about immigration as a big campaign issue, then your Home Secretary She's the sort of cheerleader for wherever the government ends up on that. We were talking before about this Rwanda policy. They want someone who they can trust and who they think is a good message carrier for all those kinds of policies.
And Kay, you say it's a choice. You make out it's a choice. It's not. You do what you're told by the Prime Minister, or you're out.
No, I get that. What about the Defence Secretary, though? He's always seen as a safe pair of hands, isn't he?
Grant Shapps is a safe pair of hands, but you would think, having only been given the job a few weeks ago, Sam, he's unlikely to get moved. But hey, you know, anything's possible. I think Kemi Badenoch looks more likely to be moved to me, just because I know that she's not a big fan of the business part of her brief. She's the business secretary, and there are people in Downing Street who don't think she's totally on top of it either. So I could see her being shuffled maybe into education.
Oh, I've just had another thought. What about the... they won't get rid of the Chancellor, will they?
No. So 2 weeks ago, Downing Street put out a statement to The Sun and The Times promising to keep the Chancellor in his job until at least the budget. Now, it was a weird thing to do. That was a weird thing to do that we can talk about another time.
Yeah.
But he feels safe. He's clearly signalled he doesn't want to keep the Chancellor into the election, but doesn't want to get rid of him anytime soon. So I think that's a stay of execution for Jeremy Hunt. And we are just 9 days away from the autumn statement.
Number 10 source, speaking to Sky News, the Prime Minister asked Suella Braverman to leave government, and she has accepted.
How very generous of her. I'm sure she has accepted.
Yeah.
It tends to be how it works.
The kit of parts that we've got at the moment is that. So confirmation from number 10 that Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, has accepted that she must leave government. The Conservatives on Twitter... here we go, they say. Today, Rishi Sunak strengthens his team in government to deliver long-term decisions for a brighter future. Stay tuned for the latest. And they have a picture of the Prime Minister looking terribly handsome with reshuffle underneath. I'm guessing they don't mean him. But the only other thing that we do know about at the moment is that we've seen James Cleverly go through the front door of number 10. You're reading something into that?
Number 10 decide who walk up Downing Street on reshuffle day. The first person who walks up is often the recipient of the biggest job going. There is one enormous job going. It's on a par with the one he already has, but does that mean, as we predicted last night, James Cleverly could be the new Home Secretary, the man then charged...
Stand by, car coming up, number 10. Downing Street, I should say. I'm not quite sure who this might be. If somebody's sacked, then, of course, they don't come up Downing Street. That's done in private. That's the security detail just opening the door for... David Cameron? What?
Wait.
I was not expecting that.
OK. So there have been stories in the last few days that David Cameron, who had never really found his feet after leaving the job of Prime Minister, did jobs that were controversial, wrote a memoir, but put on weight, never fully found his feet post. Presumably, what we've just seen would mean a place in the House of Lords.
Guys. Let's roll that again.
And the Foreign Secretary?
Could be...
David Cameron, Lord Cameron, Foreign Secretary. Can't be, can it?
He wants a role. The one job that you could do as a former leader of a party, as a former Prime Minister, is Foreign Secretary, because you're not interfering in the domestic brief, but you are seen as a big figure overseas. He's not wanting of money, so it doesn't really matter if he gives up outside.
He got himself in a bit of trouble.
He got himself in a bit of troubles over some of the companies that he worked for.
Just hearing some rumours, can't tell you yet, but do stay tuned our way, because we do think we know who the next Home Secretary is going to be. We can't go with it just yet. We're going with our second source to confirm it. You excited?
I can't believe it. It's absolutely extraordinary.
It's not him. It's not him. But we do know that she's gone.
We do.
Jack?
I think what we're seeing from Rishi Sunak is an attempt to reset the conversation about his government. He's tried to do that several times since the summer. He tried to do it with his party conference speech. That went all wrong. We spent the whole week talking about HS2.
I'm a bit tired, but I don't think I've had a funny turn. But let me just tell you what's just happened. David Cameron has just walked...
OK.
can we just talk about not only the benefits but also the risks of appointing David Cameron?
Yes, we can.
Because David Cameron, obviously an internationally renowned figure, having been Prime Minister for 6 years, will carry weight on the world stage and people will know who he is and, won an election. So having him around the top table is a good thing. But, Kay,
Yeah.
he's not universally popular inside the Conservative Party. Don't forget the role he played in the Brexit referendum. Don't forget the criticism that he received because he didn't plan for a Brexit outcome. Remember how his reputation has perhaps suffered since leaving the job of Prime Minister. It is a big call, by Rishi Sunak. That we had, this we didn't predict last night. We certainly did not.
Not only is he a controversial figure within the Conservative Party, Sam, he is, if you look at how he polls in the country, he is not a well-liked figure. People do not generally have fond memories of David Cameron as Prime Minister. The way the Brexit referendum split the country in two, that he called, the people that won the referendum, the Leave side...
might have had something to do with that.
Absolutely, but I don't think either side were very enamoured with David Cameron at the end of it, right? The Remainers blamed him for calling it. The Leavers felt that he was too far on the Remain side anyway.
Just tuning our way, the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has been sacked as exclusively revealed, probably, in Politics at Jack and Sam's podcast.
That's right. We said last night that Suella Braverman was almost certainly out this morning. She's out. We speculated, we guessed, we analysed, and we came up with the name of James Cleverly, potentially to do a job swap, move from the Foreign Office to the Home Office. Lots of logic there. He was the first one up the street.
How do we see the podcast?
How do we see it? You download it wherever you get your podcast. That's Spotify, that's Apple, that's all the normal places. You can get it every Sunday evening.
OK. At 9 o'clock, you are watching Sky News. If you're just tuning our way, let me tell you that within the last few moments, we can confirm that the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has been sacked. She's there with James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary. Speculation that he could be the next Home Secretary. And as a result, we have seen him coming into Downing Street a little bit earlier on today, but guess who else we also saw coming into Downing Street this morning? Beth Rigby is now with me. Beth, our political editor, of course. You didn't predict that,
I did not, but I did get a message from someone going, get your cameras on number 10. And now I know why. Look, David Cameron going into number 10, the talk on from MPs is now speculation that is he going to be the new Home Secretary? Is he going to be the new Foreign Secretary? He must be in there for a reason.
Do you not have to be an MP?
Well, he could be a Lord. He could be made a peer.
Right.
So he is in there. There's speculation that James Cleverly was going from the Foreign Office to Home. I was told by a source that James Cleverly is in number 10 now. And there was also some rumours. Let me just check my phone, see if anything is coming up.
Just hearing Nick Gibbs been sacked.
Nick Gibbs been sacked. Neil O'Brien has been
Who are these
sacked. Well, these are... Nick Gibb was an education minister. Neil was in the Department of Health. Look, what's going on here, Kay, is that there has been talk for weeks about Rishi Sunak doing a wider reshuffle to get his government ready for an election. And we had expected it right after summer. It was then delayed. Then there were rumours that it would be before Christmas. And clearly he has been weighing up this wider reshuffle for weeks. He didn't do it with the defence brief, but he is doing it now. And as someone close to him said to me about it, if I can find the message, I said, are we going to expect a lot of moves today? And the message back was, this is about the Prime Minister picking a united team to deliver the changes this country needs for the long term. So we've got Suella Braverman is out. Note the word united in there. For Rishi Sunak, Kay, when he became Prime Minister, had to do a lot of deals with a lot of people to get the job without having to have without have another leadership bid and contest. And one of the deals he did was, as we know, with Suella Braverman, he said, lend me your support, I will make you Home Secretary. He got all her followers into his column without having to actually go for a leadership bid and have to go through that whole process, or it was taken out to the party members. He never really had the cabinet, I would say, he wanted, in that all three top posts, Chancellor, Foreign Secretary, Home Secretary, were all held by people that he had to give jobs to for different reasons. He couldn't move Jeremy Hunt. James Cleverly was a Truss backer that he kept in post, and Suella Braverman he gave Home Secretary to.
She was sacked the week before, wasn't she?
She was sacked and brought back.
This is the second time she's been sacked from this position.
Yeah, she was sacked for breaking the ministerial code for sending classified documents to someone on a personal email. She was sacked by Liz Truss for that and brought back 6 days later by Rishi Sunak, who took a lot of heat for that, but because of this deal. But now he's sacked, and I think broadly he's trying to be decisive here. He's trying to show that he can be a decisive PM.
I mean, that article last Thursday that was trailed on the front page of the Times, and then it was a comment piece that was inside from the Home Secretary, literally criticising all sorts of people. I mean, where do you start on who she was criticising? But primarily the police. Why did he not sack her last Thursday after that?
Well, I'd say two things on that. Number one, we know he's not a Prime Minister that takes instinctive moves. He likes to weigh up evidence. We've seen that with Zahawi when it took weeks for him to decide what to do about that. We saw that with Dominic Raab, where he held an investigation. So he likes to follow evidence. He clearly was furious about the article. Number 10 disavowed her very quickly after the article was out, and then he said he was going to look at the evidence. So I think there was a question of a Prime Minister that doesn't want to be rushed or bounced into a decision. But I think also that they had to take a view about how the marches went at the weekend.
Right.
And I think that to sack the Home Secretary just before Armistice Day with all of the attention on the police and policing, would it just have, created more politics and noise around something that really did need to be controlled for the sake of the...
And he has a penchant, I believe, for sacking people at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning, but he wasn't going to do that yesterday, given that it was Remembrance Sunday.
It was Remembrance Sunday, yeah, because that's exactly what he did with Nadhim Zahawi. But given it was Remembrance Sunday, there was some talk about whether or not he would wait until the Rwanda judgment on Wednesday. Well, that's about when the Supreme Court decides whether to allow the planes to fly to Rwanda to take people who have filed asylum claims here, whether they get relocated to Rwanda. That is a massive moment for him because he's made the small boats policy such a big part of his political agenda. But, I was talking to some, we kind of talked a lot about the Prime Minister's point of view. What about, Suella Braverman's point of view? And I was talking to some people in her camp over the weekend. I said, how bad would it be for her to lose her job? One figure said to me, well, she was the Attorney General, that's the top legal brain in government, or top legal advisor. She was the Attorney General that nobody knew. Then she became the Home Secretary that everybody knew. And even if they chuck her out now, she will be the queen over the water. All of the right-wing press will want to hear her views on everything. So whatever happens, she's got a platform. And they also argued that she will now have more time. I mean, ominously for number 10, she'll have more time to build up that leadership bid. But, the flip side of that is many MPs that I've spoken to, and I'm sure you've spoken to some as well, Kay, think that this was an overreach, that undermining the police, or to be seen to be undermining the police ahead of a massive demonstration ahead of Armistice Day when you're Home Secretary was something that many Conservatives felt deeply uncomfortable with. And she did row back on Friday a bit. I noticed that she rowed back a bit.
Sister, too late. The other parties have been goading the Prime Minister. This is what Labour said this morning. OK, well, we've definitely got Wes Streeting. Bear with me one second, Beth, if you would. The shadow Health Secretary, of course, isn't he? This is what he said.
It's not the Labour Party that's sticking two fingers up to Rishi Sunak. It's Suella Braverman when she published that piece in the Times, even after Rishi Sunak and his team said, oh, it can't go out like this. This is incendiary language. You've got to tone it down. She just said, well, I'm going to get on with it anyway. That's the lack of respect she has for Rishi Sunak. That's the weakness that she smells from number 10. And he's letting her get away with it. And look, the politics aside, the real problem here is that we've got a Home Secretary who is unfit for office, enabled by weak leadership from the Prime Minister. And that is a real problem when she is actively undermining the police, who have a difficult job to do.
I'm guessing, Beth, that this is her leaving home this morning as Home Secretary for the last time. She may already have been sacked by then, of course. When will we hear from Keir Starmer, do you think?
Well, I'm sure they'll be working out what they want to say and how they want to say it. They might wait for a bit to see how the cards land before they make a call, because if he says something knee-jerk now and then by the end of the day you have David Cameron as the new Home Secretary, he might want to frame it around that. I mean, one former Cabinet Minister has just messaged me saying Cameron's superb, and it would be... but also it's a message to the House of Commons that we don't have any MP that the Prime Minister felt was good enough to be his Home or Foreign Secretary.
Wow.
Yeah, just in on the bat phone.
Goodness me, that's.
But I mean, but I mean, actually,
And this is the moment.
I know that was a jaw dropper, wasn't it? I mean, even I wasn't expecting that one, Kay.
It was
Were
like I was expecting the bongs from EastEnders at the end when I saw that happen. It was a proper cliffhanger.
Think of it politically, though. I mean, it is fascinating because, you know, David Cameron, a former Prime Minister, it shows that Rishi Sunak wants to do grown-up government. He's bringing this guy back in as a statesman.
Could he have walked any slower?
No, I think I'm surprised he didn't stop and have it give away.
I think he was enjoying the moment. You think that he may be Foreign Secretary?
Well, he might. Look, I mean, the rumour amongst MPs is that they thought Cleverly was going to go to Home, and actually John Glenn, who was at who's a number 2 at the Treasury and a very close Sunak ally, who had been thought of as potentially going to Defence, that he was, after Ben Wallace resigned, that he might go to Foreign. But now we have Cameron in. So, you know, is he going to make Cameron Foreign Secretary? Is he going to make him Home Secretary? Cleverly, I was told, was in there a bit earlier.
We saw him arrive, actually. We saw him knock on the door at number 10, and of course he could have gone around the back if he wanted to. Lots of tunnels underneath Downing Street as well.
So the logic would be that on the choreography of this, the logic would be that Cleverly goes to Home and Cameron goes to Foreign. The other fascinating thing about all of this is Succession, one of my favourite TV programmes, but let's not go into that.
Let's.
Oh, yeah, actually, should we just ditch this and talk about
No, let's stop.
It's Succession because who does Rishi Sunak want to lead the Conservative Party should he not win the next general election? It won't be Suella Braverman. I think that's fair enough to say. And there has been lots of talk about James Cleverly, who has actually been loyal, who is performing well over the Israel-Hamas war, who is, you know, rocketing up the ratings with party members. You know, is this a Prime Minister that is trying to give James Cleverly, you know, the bigger platform? There he is. You know, he's trying to keep James Cleverly close, give him a platform. I mean, if he does give him the Home Secretary brief, the only point of this is he's given him the hardest brief to deliver on the Rwanda policy, because if it doesn't go the way the government wants to, they've got a huge issue this week. And the whole issue around Suella Braverman as well, Kay, was that she thought we needed to withdraw from the European Court of Human Rights in order to force that policy through. The Prime Minister will not want to do that because it disrupts the Windsor Agreement, all of the Good Friday Agreement and the Windsor Accords that he got going in order to sort out the problems on the post-Brexit trade on the border in Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland and Ireland. For those reasons, he doesn't want to pull out that. So in a way, if the court ruling had gone against them this week, it could have been a blow-up between Suella Braverman and the Prime Minister anyway, because she wants to pursue policy he's not comfortable with. So he'll probably want to also put someone in the Home Office as Home Secretary that he thinks is more aligned to him. It's fascinating, isn't it?
I can't get Rishi Sunak and Logan Roy out my head now. You've done
Sorry.
it. It was all.
Would you put him as the Logan Roy
I would
character?
not. No, I wouldn't.
No, let's not.
Let's talk about that off air later on. As far as David Cameron is concerned, although he's not an MP, he could become a Lord, you say, and as a result.
Yeah, I'm slightly sort of freelancing on my own brain here, but he could become a Lord and be put into cabinet. So he'd have to be ennobled by the Prime Minister, and then he could sit in Cabinet. I mean, it has happened before. You know, you had Lord Mandelson. There are peers...
David Ivor Young, I remember him.
There are peers...
Can I just read you this from Suella Braverman? It's Suella Braverman MP now. It has been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary. I will have more to say in due course. I bet she will, Beth.
Yeah, she will.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. It will be the greatest privilege of my life. I have more to say in due course. I mean...
Where's she going with that? She's going to be an absolute pain to him, isn't she?
Yeah, but look, the calculation for him is that she was being a real pain as Home Secretary and also undermining him because she was insubordinate. You know, her allies said to me over the weekend, look, it's a bit much to sack her over words in an article where she hasn't actually broken with policy. This is about language. But from a prime ministerial point of view, if your team have said to this person or her allies or aides, there needs to be changes to this document, changes to this article, and then they ignore that, you then look very weak if you don't sack her. And it's not been the first. There's been a number of occasions. There were the invasion, when there were difficulties on the south coast with migrant boats. She talks about an invasion. That was difficult.
Why was she pushing him? Why did she keep... Did she think she was untouchable?
I think there is a view within her supporters that what Conservative Party members want, what the country wants, is what they would describe as a vivid leader. So someone that says what you're thinking, or someone that somehow connects with voters in the way that Boris Johnson was a very effervescent, charismatic character to some. I mean, some hugely disliked him. But that the old alignment of politics, they would argue, where you're all in the centre ground, Brexit has broken that, and there's different alignments, and she is the sort of politician that can capture attention. Now, many Conservatives say that is woefully, of course, that tilting the party further to the right just locks in a smaller group of voters and alienates a massive bunch of them. But they clearly think that this is a model that will work, and she will now have an opportunity on the benches to basically be queen over the water and try and run her leadership campaign from there.
I'll let you check your phone for a second, because Will Walden's on the phone for us now, of course, very close to Boris Johnson during his time in power. Hi, Will. Did you see this coming?
Hello, Kate. Yeah, I think it was inevitable, wasn't it? I don't think, as Beth has said, I don't think you can have someone who holds a great office of state challenge your Prime Minister to the degree to which she was challenging him last week by not making those changes to the column. And I think from the point that she wrote it and she refused to make certain changes and it went out was the point at which he probably had no option. I think the interesting thing is the timing. I was talking to people on that morning and thinking, why isn't he getting rid of her now? It's inevitable it'll have to. But I think he's not a rush to judgment kind of person, the Prime Minister, and he's obviously fitted it in to a plan ahead of the decision on Rwanda on Wednesday as part of a wider reshuffle. But I do think it was inevitable given that challenge. And I think now he's going to wear the fact that he might look weak because he's perhaps responded to the criticism. I don't think he has. I think he's just waited for the moment that he wants to. And what's interesting is this is clearly the change moment for Rishi Sunak. He'd said at conference that, he was the change Prime Minister. He's decided after a year of basically trying to keep the Tory party together, he could be out of office in 5, 6, 10 months' time. Let's go for broke. So I expect that we probably will see a fairly wide-ranging reshuffle this morning. But he certainly decided, and this has given him the motivation to put his stamp on the government. I think you have to remember that a lot of these ministers were inherited from Boris Johnson and particularly from Liz Truss. And perhaps at the time he didn't feel that he had the power to put the team that he wants in place. And I suspect that we're going to see that now.
OK, I suppose should be quite quickly a footnote, given who we saw arriving in Downing Street a little bit earlier on. Did you see that one coming?
What, David Cameron?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be the most remarkable coincidence if he's come to discuss charitable causes. It does feel a little bit far-fetched, the idea that it's not been possible that a former Prime Minister can become Foreign Secretary. It's happened before. But I just think he hasn't got a seat. He'd have to be put into the Lords, presumably, to do that. It's a very bold statement if Rishi is doing it, and that's certainly changed. There might be another explanation. It might be another kind of role or another advisory role, but it's certainly remarkable timing.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were told to, Beth was telling us earlier, to get our cameras there pronto, which we did, but no one here predicted that it was going to be him getting out the car.
No, I mean, it's extraordinary. I mean, if nothing else, it'll set things aswirl. It'll probably be a major disappointment now if he's not Foreign Secretary and it's some advisory role, or if he was there for a meeting on charities. But it does seem extraordinary. I mean, there's certainly something going on. But I would sort of say, Rishi only arrived in 2015. Cameron was nearly out of office then. I don't know how well these two know each other, although one thing I would say is that Rishi Sunak is obviously very close to William Hague. He occupies the seat in Yorkshire, the constituency that William Hague wants occupied. They are very close, and of course Hague is very close to Cameron. So I don't know their personal connection, but certainly if it is a big job, it's an extraordinarily, an extraordinary bold statement this morning.
Will, it's Beth here. Just quickly, some former cabinet ministers messaging me quite irritated that the Prime Minister seems to be going back to a former Prime Minister as Foreign Secretary, if that's what happens, that he doesn't have enough confidence in people on his own team in the backbenches. Could it backfire on him, that?
I suppose it could, but look, I suspect what the calculation in the Prime Minister's mind is, I still have a reasonably big majority. We are, regardless of the grumblings of others who might not get jobs or are on the right, who are already complaining about the removal of Braverman. I suspect he's now thinking, I've got a reasonably big majority. I can't see that anybody's going to challenge me now. If they do, well, bring it on. We're so close to an election. And I think, self-preservation's a powerful thing in politics, as you know, Beth. And I think that, soon enough, with the election looming, a lot of these critics will think, well, I've got two choices. I can harp and carp right to the election, or I can swing in behind the Prime Minister and hope that I can keep my seat. It's going to be a huge challenge for Sunak, but he obviously wants the team around him that's going to do that.
OK, what's your prediction before we let you go, Will?
What's my prediction? Whether Cameron is Foreign Secretary or not, I'll say no. I think it's something, but it's not that. Let's see. But I think what you'll see is a good number of Rishi's true allies returning or coming into government for the first time.
And Home Secretary?
Well, I suppose that, I don't know, maybe this is, I think it's interesting, the James Cleverly position. If Cameron or someone else was put in as Foreign Secretary, I think that they will keep Cleverly. Would they move him to the Home Office? I don't know. There are other contenders. Should he have, a woman at the top table in terms of those great offices of state? Tom Tugendhat, the Security Minister, has done very well recently, but has only had one ministerial portfolio. Would it be, too soon for him? I mean, Grant Shapps has moved 150 times. Why not just move him again this morning and make him Home Secretary again?
That's a very good point. We're already talking about him. Thanks very much indeed. Actually, we were speaking to the Armed Forces Minister earlier on today, Beth, and asking him what he thought would happen with Suella Braverman, and also whether he supported what she said in the article last week.
I wouldn't have used the language that she used in her op-ed, but it is also inescapably true that Tommy Robinson and his EDL thugs were organising their protests well before the Home Secretary published her article.
Does the Home Secretary have to accept blame that Tommy Robinson and his people, as you described them, Well,
I said thugs. I said thugs, Kay.
You did. That's what I alluded to. Have to accept the blame for those people that we can see here feeling that they could go out there and behave in the way that they did at the weekend.
No, there's plenty of debate about whether or not she should have used the language that she used, and as I said, I wouldn't have done so. But Tommy Robinson and the EDL were planning their demonstration before her op-ed were published, and Tommy Robinson and those that follow him have their way of doing business, and it is deplorable.
OK. OK, so not a lot of support there. Beth and I both furiously on our phones.
Well, it's just a moving target.
Yeah.
I have had something from a senior Labour figure, though, but not anything official. But, I mean, already some elections, this is what someone just sent me. There are going to be a bunch of Tory MPs furious at the return of the most pro-China Prime Minister. Do you remember?
I do remember,
the golden, what was it, the golden era or pro-China Prime Minister, and with no ability to question him in the House of Commons.
He did have, and I can't quite remember, was it Greenhill, the company that...
There was the whole issue around...
That was over the pandemic, wasn't it? During the pandemic,
Greenhill, and whether or not he was unduly influencing or trying to influence ministers. That was a big FT investigation. So he has had... he has been... he was Greensill, sorry. He has been... he hasn't had a purely clean...
No, we're not going to talk about the book either, are we? Although I'm sure that will come up again, especially on Have I Got News for You? I would have thought this Friday coming.
But look, this is bold, isn't it? I mean, the whole issue around Rishi Sunak was he's too timid, he's managerial, he doesn't lead. I mean, that was the whole vibe from the King's speech last week, which he's managing, he's not leading. We've talked a lot about these moments of Rishi Sunak resets. Conference, it didn't work, damp squid. King's speech, damp squid. We've got the autumn statement next week, and now, boom, he is actually saying, I'm going to grasp this by the horns, and now I am going to show that I am in charge. And I think Will is absolutely right. Even if you ask Will Walden, who's Boris Johnson's former advisor, I mean, even if you ask... Braverman camp, well, would there be a leadership bid now? Everyone just says, no, we can't do it for an election.
So what's he going to do? Because we're being told, and you told us last week, actually, that when a reshuffle comes, it'll be a big reshuffle.
Yeah. But I think what he is doing now is this is the reshuffle where he will get all his deck chairs laid out for the election. He'll put people into jobs. The way it was briefed to me back in the summer...
Titanic, to be fair.
Yes, but, they're hoping that this is not going to be a repeat of the Titanic next year.
What about the Chancellor next door?
Well, the Chancellor's interesting, isn't it? Because there's been lots of rumours about whether or not he moves Jeremy Hunt out. You remember that Jeremy Hunt was the Chancellor that was there to steady the ship after Truss. He was considered immovable when Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister. There he is there. And there are questions about whether he would move Jeremy Hunt out. I think it is a discussion in Westminster. There's lots of talk about Claire Coutinho, who is now the Energy Secretary, that is a really close Sunak ally. Might he put her in? I think with
Didn't she work with him in the Treasury?
She worked with him in the Treasury. Yeah. She was his senior aide when he was, when she was more junior and he was a minister. She's very capable. He really, really, really does consider her one of his closest allies. I would be astonished if he moved a chancellor before an autumn statement, though. I mean, but there is talk that maybe he moves. There was rumours about whether he moves Jeremy Hunt ahead of the election, that he brings someone in to become, the tax-cutting Tory. But Jeremy Hunt has really, really stabilised the city and kind of been the sensible head in the Treasury. Tory MPs really dislike him because they won't, he won't cut taxes. But at the moment, that's not what the Prime Minister wants to do either, although there's some rumours that maybe that's what we'll see, Kay. We get this big reshuffle, and then next week he surprises again by saying not cutting taxes, and does something. They need something to build momentum. He's been Prime Minister for just over a year. The polls have not moved.
No.
They haven't got worse, but they have not moved. And at this point, if you're looking at an election 6 months, a year out, you can't really go for it as a Prime Minister unless you're, behind by single digits only.
OK. I know you're leaving me in just a second, Beth, but if you're just tuning our way, Suella Braverman has been sacked as the Home Secretary. She says, it's been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary. I will have more to say in due course. Now, what else have we seen this morning? So she got sacked first thing. We saw James Cleverly arrive at Downing Street. He's the Foreign Secretary. There are a maze of tunnels underneath Downing Street. He didn't need to go in through the front door, but that's exactly what happens. That prompts much speculation that he is going to be the next Home Secretary. Came all the way down Downing Street, couldn't have walked any slower if he tried, knocked on the door. As far as we're aware, he is still inside. Could he be the next Home Secretary? So then, if he was the next Home Secretary, who would be the next Foreign Secretary? Q. Who would have thought that David Cameron would have walked up Downing Street? Again, couldn't have walked any slower if he tried. Beth, could he be the next Foreign Secretary? Or could it just be a coincidence?
Well, yeah, I don't think he's going in there for any other reason than the Prime Minister wants to offer him a job. And I'm sure that this has been carefully choreographed, not least because he's not a Member of Parliament, so he will have to be ennobled. He will have to be made a Lord so he can sit in the Lords.
How long does that take?
Well, I mean, you can do it pretty quickly, I think. I mean, you know, they've obviously, worked out the choreography
Not the first
of this.
time, is it?
No, and I do think that, but I do think there is a question about, I do think that if he's Foreign Secretary, it will, the fact he's kind of not an MP, and it will annoy a lot of MPs sitting on the benches thinking we might be out of government in a few months' time, and this great office of state is going back to the guy that's kind of left the business, so to speak.
In a fit of pique, as I remember, after
in a fit of pique.
yeah.
But I do think there's also this question about Braverman backers, because last week I was getting from government sources that they had kind of gone around MPs and they were trying to work out how much support did she have, i.e. if he moved her, how much blowback would he get. I was told about half a dozen MPs were coming out openly to back her. Now, since then, when I've spoken to some people in her team, they're saying tens, if not scores, of MPs support Suella Braverman, as well as many in the party. So they really do feel that she has a support base. The Prime Minister's taken a calculation that maybe she's overreached, and actually, even if she hasn't, he has to show he's decisive. But it does set up for what could be quite a bruising position for him, because he's now got Liz Truss on the backbenches and Suella Braverman on the backbenches causing trouble.
Andrea Jenkins, Tory MP.
Yeah.
She says, I support Suella Braverman, sacked for speaking the truth, bad call by Rishi, caving into the left.
Exactly, and I that's the first one. I think you'll hear a lot more of that, and I'm fascinated to see what Suella Braverman comes out to say later, and I'm sure she will be in front of the cameras. Hopefully ours. If you want
Definitely ours. Definitely ours. I know you're heading up to Downing Street.
Yeah,
and I've got to let you go.
I'm going to hop.
I'm getting all sorts of trouble if you don't go. So you must go, and I'll talk to you from there.
Come with me. Come on, let's go. You watch it.
Don't tempt me. While we get you up there, Amanda is there for us. Hi, Amanda. Toings and goings, toings and froings.
Yes, absolutely. So we've seen James Cleverly going inside Downing Street this morning. So the speculation is that he could be replacing Suella Braverman as Home Secretary. And then I think you could have heard a pin drop, really, among the assembled press here. There's quite a bank of us waiting to see who goes in and out. When a car approached Downing Street very slowly, the door opened and out walked David Cameron. Quite extraordinary to see the former Prime Minister, who obviously left Downing Street back in 2016 after losing the Brexit referendum, reappearing here. Could he be the new Foreign Secretary, replacing James Cleverly if he ends up being Home Secretary? So that's the question everyone is asking this morning. Of course, there's a lot of other speculation about other members of the Cabinet. Claire Coutinho, someone who's the new Energy Secretary, tipped as a bit of a favourite for Rishi Sunak. Then, of course, Grant Shapps, always seen as a bit of a safe pair of hands. He was the one who replaced Suella Braverman when she was sacked a year ago by Liz Truss after leaking secure documents from her personal email. He was the one who was sent out on the broadcast round yesterday to try and defend what was going on in government, even though perhaps he may have known what was happening. He certainly also distanced himself from the comments made by Suella Braverman in that Times article last week. But certainly everyone had been expecting this moment to to happen, but perhaps not quite so suddenly this morning. Clearly for Rishi Sunak, having a Home Secretary who has been constantly challenging him from behind the scenes. They've never really been natural allies. She's someone clearly who has a lot of supporters in the right of the party. He really needed her support when he came in as Prime Minister, taking over from Liz Truss without having won that election of the party members. She was someone very popular with the party members, lent him her support. But clearly, during her time as Home Secretary, she's courted controversy many times, obviously describing migrants as an invasion, her comments last week about homeless people in tents making a lifestyle choice, and then, of course, that Times article last week in which she accused the police of playing favourites, effectively accusing them of being biased against the right wing, making comparisons against the situation in Northern Ireland that was very controversial. Then, of course, it emerged that none of that had been cleared by Number 10, that they'd specifically asked for aspects to have been changed, which weren't then changed. That was clear insubordination. Labour, of course, immediately piled in against Rishi Sunak, saying he was weak by not taking action against her. That's a line they've been repeating, particularly given the violence that we saw this weekend, particularly from those right-wing protesters at the Cenotaph. Perhaps it looked like Rishi Sunak was waiting to see what would happen on Saturday. He didn't want to take action too precipitously, but clearly now he has done so.
OK, thanks. Thanks very much indeed. Let me just tell you what Alistair Bruce, our events commentator, has told me within the last few moments, not least because we've seen David Cameron arriving at Number 10 Downing Street earlier on today. Of course, he is no longer an MP, and more than that, could he be Foreign Secretary? How could he be Foreign Secretary if he's not an MP? Well, Alistair tells me that a peerage can be granted by the King on advice of the PM as long as it takes to ask. Letters patent of creation under the Great Seal can follow after title agreed with Garter King of Arms. Ceremony of introduction into the House of Lords, including the oath, can also be organised quite fast. Ian and Katie are here. I was so excited, I spilt my tea, so just need to be careful there. Very sorry about that. Wow.
Yeah, I think shaping.
Did you expect Cameron?
I did not expect David Cameron. I think it was clear they were leaning towards axing Suella Braverman, but I think David Cameron was a surprise. And also one which I think immediately grabs your attention, but then also you think it wasn't so long ago that Rishi Sunak said he was the change candidate, doing different in all his previous governments. And I don't think the next necessary step of showing your change is bringing back a former Prime Minister, but let's see what happens.
You can see that I'm still recovering. You can see the thinking, and you can see the constituencies it would appeal to and all of that. But you're right, this point on the conference speech, that wasn't very long ago. I mean, was that even a month ago? There was a 30-year failed consensus. He was the fresh new thinking that was going to do things in a different way. And now you bring back someone that, outside of sort of Tony Blair, I can't think of any, which he does not have the power or the willingness to bring back, I can't think of anyone who would best typify that period. And now here he is. Incidentally, there's also the thing of how you're going to...
We don't know why he's here. It could be for a cup of tea.
It seems a little bit extraordinary that on this morning of all mornings he should be walking by the House. Then there's a question, by the way, of where do you put him, right? He's going to be in the House of Lords. He's going to make statements in the Lords on foreign policy. You're going to have a really big, beefy role for the junior position in the Foreign Office. So there's someone in the Commons who's speaking about what's going on with foreign policy in the main chamber. So there's still a lot of sort of technical difficulties, even if you get by the bizarre logic of the whole thing.
I'm going to rewind a month. David Cameron, a month ago, wrote this: today's decision on HS2 is the wrong one. It will help fuel the views of those who argue that we can no longer think or act for the long term as a country, that we are heading in the wrong direction. So, David Cameron, what makes you think that the government all of a sudden might be going in the right direction? Who knows? Look, it is, as both of you say...
Being Foreign Secretary, perhaps.
Well, exactly. And, of course, there is, some believe, a big challenge in his reputation on the foreign affairs beat, which is that he lost the Brexit referendum, didn't do any prepping for defeat in that Brexit referendum, so there was nothing in the file when Britain voted in 2016, 52-48, to support leaving the European Union, and that arguably has caused quite a lot of the problems that we've seen since. There is a debate back and forth about whether that was the right thing. But let's just focus for a second on Rishi Sunak. This is the biggest reshuffle he will probably ever do, unless he goes on to win the election. And so we today will discover what Sunakism looks like in people form. And
Sunakism?
Sunakism in people form.
Wow.
And we will also discover whether the Conservative Party, whether the MPs and the wider party like that, for instance, some of the messages coming through on my phone at the moment, deeply concerned about James Cleverly's position on the European Convention of Human Rights. I think he's too much in favour. Suella obviously wanted to leave it in order to make the small boats policy happen, particularly if the Supreme Court vote on Wednesday, decide on Wednesday that the government's policy on Rwanda is unlawful. You know, concern already bubbling up on the Tory right about whether or not Rishi Sunak has shifted the balance of the party away from something that they want to see. You annoy the right in the Conservative Party, and, well, we've got 13 years of examples of what happens when that happens. So it's a gamble.
Katie?
Yeah, I think Rishi Sunak clearly is risking a revolt on the right, and you speak to those around Rishi Sunak and also some in the middle of the party, and they say, look, you guys in the media get really obsessed with the idea Suella Braverman is a torchbearer of the right. She doesn't have that many influence. Look at many MPs. You know, he can get away with moving her. But I think to Sam's point, while, you know, perhaps I think we can overestimate the, you know, personality of one single person, but if it becomes as though it's part of a broader sense of moving, and you have, you know, a Remainer as foreign secretary, someone that's softer in terms of home secretary on ECHR, you can see this starting to bubble up. And I don't think there were loads of Suella Braverman outriders over the weekend, but the ones that there are pretty vocal. And there was a reason Suella Braverman was in that cabinet. They made that deal in a way when Suella Braverman backed Rishi Sunak. It's a large part of the reason he actually is Prime Minister, putting support behind him, not Boris Johnson. And therefore, Rishi Sunak must be feeling quite confident he's moved the party in a certain way that he can now risk not having her there. We'll see if it's right.
Yeah.
I wonder, I mean, I sort of suspect that this isn't really a political thing. It's really about personal authority. Like, there was nothing really that Sunak's been saying about, you know, what's been going on with the demonstrations that's that distinct to what Braverman was saying. He was pretty much singing from pretty much the same hymn sheet. As I said, I think what happened is there was a sort of risk calculation, which is like the risk calculation of getting rid of her is exactly as we've been discussing, the revolt on the right. The risk calculation of keeping her, by the time that, you know, she is clearly an affront to your seniority and your authority as the Prime Minister, suddenly just became more severe. So on the basis of that calculation, you decide to make the change. I think that there will be a political dimension to that because the right will revolt. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that was the incentive that he had when he came to these decisions. I imagine it was more personal than that.
If you're just tuning our way, you're watching Sky News Breakfast Show, Monday morning. Suella Braverman looking for a new job today. She has been sacked by the Prime Minister. Some thought that it would happen before now, all sorts of reasons, and we'll discuss them in a second why that didn't happen. This is what she said. It's been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary. I will have more to say in due course, Sam.
And I'm sure she will. The question is who's listening, for she will be a backbencher like, to pick a name at random, Priti Patel, who gets a hearing when she turns up on sofas, but not necessarily an ability to call the shots. Because what Rishi Sunak has done is to put a stop to the problem he was finding, that he was having to dance to her tune, not once a month, you know, like conference, but last week, twice in a week. We started the week with him having to work out how to respond to the fact that she was saying that homelessness was a lifestyle choice. Did he agree? Did he disagree? Was the policy right? Then in the middle of the week, he was having to respond to her saying that the police were biased. Did he agree? Did he disagree? How did he deal with that? The cycle had got ridiculous because everybody thinks her eye is on a different prize to him. She wants to be leader after the election. He wants to, at the very least, depress the amount of Conservative losses. So he has slung her out and made a big gamble with David Cameron. Do you know what that reminded me of?
What?
2008. I think it was 2008. Peter Mandelson suddenly appearing from nowhere in Gordon Brown's cabinet, walking up the street.
James Cleverly confirmed as Home Secretary. James Cleverly confirmed as Home Secretary.
Yeah, and I think that you were seeing these briefings in recent weeks, which was this idea James Cleverly was so talented that he'd be better in a domestic brief as the message, which I think alludes to the fact James Cleverly quite liked his current job, being Foreign Secretary.
I bet he did.
They were trying to sell it as a great promotion. Whereas, of course, I think Home Secretary, particularly in the current climate, is a pretty thankless task. James Cleverly is going to a really hot political issue. If you think about the Supreme Court judgment we're expecting on Wednesday.
Two of them together yesterday. I wonder if they knew.
Yeah, he could have got some tips or not, depending on how you rate Suella Braverman's performance. But therefore, I think really thrown into the deep end when you get the Supreme Court judgment on Wednesday on whether the Wanda scheme is lawful. And I think that you can start, there's a bit of a disagreement as to whether there are things, if it doesn't go the government's way, there are things you can do in terms of legislation, safe countries, designations, or you do what lots of the MPs on the right want, which is start talking about leaving the ECHR. I think James Cleverly being there, he's a Brexiteer, but he's very much seen as a pragmatic Brexiteer, back Theresa May's deal and so forth. So I think he's probably more in the camp of looking at options before you do the nuclear one.
If you'd been listening to Politics at Jack and Sam's podcast, you'd have known all of this, though, because he called it yesterday.
I love the way that you assume that I'm not listening.
That was
well
a
made.
question as
Point well
opposed
made.
to a statement. Were you listening?
I wasn't, because I value my weekends. But I'm sure I will catch up this morning.
There you go. So he said 90% likelihood that Suella would go, and then you also said cleverly.
Cleverly, not on the basis of any briefing, but on the basis that when you look through the available options, it felt to me Robert Jenrick wasn't a big enough figure and he'd left the government under a cloud before. That Alex Chalk was from the wrong wing of the party and isn't, again, just too inexperienced a figure as well. There just didn't feel like there were lots of people who could fill that role other than the person who had effectively been doing a very good job, I think, quite widely regarded as doing a very good job on the very difficult Israel and Hamas situation. I do wonder whether, with the appointment of James Cleverly today, what we're effectively saying and seeing is Rishi Sunak anointing his successor in the event of a Tory defeat. You know, Sunakism is represented by Brexity moderatism that likes international... that has a international dimension, you know, and he is bringing in and pushing James Cleverly into a place that really puts him in pole position. We know James Cleverly has ambitions, and sitting him alongside David Cameron, who looks, from the way that Downing Street choreographed it, nailed on, I think, to be Foreign Secretary. It's the only role that would fit his expertise, his skill set, what he would accept. I just wonder now whether that means, and Jeremy Hunt's probably out at the next election, whatever he says, that puts James Cleverly in pole position, sitting next to David Cameron as Foreign Secretary. It's interesting that if people are wondering how telly works, you're sat there, I'm here, I'm WhatsApping you stuff, and we're trying to communicate that way because we're just waiting for a second source on another development that we'll be able to bring you in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Humza Yousaf, First Minister of Scotland, has said this on Twitter. Have a look. Never has someone been so unfit for public office as Suella Braverman. At a time when we need those in government to bring communities together, she revelled in fanning the flames of division. The Tories are out of ideas and out of time. There should be a general election now. I'm going to tell you, mate, that's not going to happen anytime soon. If we find that David Cameron is Foreign Secretary, and there have been some suggestion that he was the most pro-China Prime Minister we've ever had. Well, he was. You remember him, you know, walking around in pubs, playing snooker, that kind of, this sort of ludicrous, slightly ludicrous idea of this kind of golden age in Chinese-UK relations. That's under his authorship. And there are a lot of people in the Conservative Party, people like Ian Duncan-Smith, who are deeply, deeply upset with how that period went down, want things to be much tougher even than they are now, let alone how they were under David Cameron. They'll be very, very suspicious of that appointment and what it entails for what's one of the most important issues to a few, but relatively senior and influential people in the party. Yeah, I think the David Cameron appointment initially, if we do get it, obviously nothing's confirmed yet, but if he does have a senior role such as Foreign Secretary, initially it gets your attention. And we're thinking this because we saw him arrive at Downing Street. He's walked through the front door. Got to keep looking at these pictures. Yeah. Unbelievable. Nobody predicted this. I thought the EastEnders theme tune was going to play. I think exactly, on a reshuffle day, to walk through the front door is a statement, and that's an intention. But if he does get a big role like that, I think you would start to see some division in the Tory party over it. I think China is clearly a flashpoint. You already have James Cleverly as Foreign Secretary, who's moved it to a different footing than under the Liz Truss government, that he also served in. But, you know, is different in terms of Rishi Sunak has wanted to have this more pragmatic relationship. I think we're not heading to the golden era of the David Cameron, George Osborne period, but it would be another sign of, you know, China's being invited to the AI summit. What's next? And then I think you get to the point of,
Do we think David Cameron's foreign policy decisions were always the right ones? I think that would be a no. There have been problems in the past. And then you look at the fact that there are lots of ambitious MPs, some who want to focus on their seats, but some who would like to be in a great office of state, and they will feel as though they've been passed over to bring someone back in to potentially give them a peerage, because Rishi Sunak just does not think they're good enough. So I think...
and he would need a peerage, wasn't he? I mean, this is a Ross Kemp walking back into the Queen Vic moment. Yeah. He would need to be a peer in order to be Foreign Secretary.
100%. And Katie's absolutely right. But I think it's bigger than that. I think that we sort of know the big division in the Tory party. Right? The briefing I was getting over the weekend from Suella Braverman fans is that the Cameron-era coalition of voters... it's over. It's the wrong thing to go and pursue. If Rishi Sunak thinks he can win by going back to the centre, that's the wrong thing to do. The 2019 Tory election victory was a new coalition of voters that Boris Johnson brought together. It's more socially conservative and perhaps more economically, up for big spending. It's about the direction of the Tory party. And what Rishi Sunak has done this morning is planted his flag with the 2010 to 2016 bunch rather than the 2019 to 2022 bunch. That's a really big call. By the way, it's the opposite of what he said at conference, but let's gloss over that. It's a really, really big call. He wants to go back to the future rather than continue with the legacy that Boris Johnson did. There's the gap. There's the division in the Tory party. That's what we're going to sort of see, how much people object to what he's doing. And by the way, Kay, some people are suggesting to me this morning that it wasn't the Times article that actually got her departure over the line. If you remember from the podcast last night, they'd prepared the briefing packs on Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm being told it was the homelessness as a lifestyle choice remark that actually started the big conversation in Downing Street. It means that maybe they just had a few more days than we thought to prepare for this extraordinary moment this morning.
I mean, because we know that Rishi Sunak's been thinking about doing a reshuffle for a long time, to the point that before summer they got very close to doing so, and then Rishi Sunak made the choice that he didn't want to. So these conversations have been going on. I think Suella Braverman's behaviour over the past week or so clearly triggered them, because you would often have these conversations with figures around Rishi Sunak, and they debate whether or not, they should keep Suella Braverman, saying, she's a headache, she's difficult, but we also worry about Liz, and he's clearly decided to throw caution to the wind, contributed, I think, by the series of events to those comments.
Bear with me. I think James Cleverly is going to come out of Downing Street in just a moment or two. Beth there for us as the new Home Secretary, Beth. Door opening now.
Home Secretary. Are you pleased with the new job, Home Secretary? Is this a fresh start for Rishi Sunak, sir? Did Braverman have to go?
Got a new job, Beth, is what we're being told. He's the new Home Secretary, was the Foreign Secretary. How do you think he's going to feel about that?
Presumably.
Well, you just saw him, James Cleverly, coming out there, didn't say anything. Obviously, the big question today, is this the big fresh start? Is this the Rishi Sunak reset that he has needed for so long? And now, of course, the expectation is that David Cameron will be Foreign Secretary. Has he taken Mr Cleverly's job? As we were talking about a bit earlier, Kay, that would involve him having to be made a peer and put into the House of Lords. As someone was saying to me, a former cabinet minister earlier, it'd be very hard to make David Cameron Home Secretary, given the amount of scrutiny all things in that department need within the House of Commons, whereas Foreign Secretary perhaps isn't one of those jobs where policy is discussed in very deep detail in the Commons. And of course the Prime Minister, after big foreign trips, be that the G7 or the G20, they tend to go and make those announcements anyway. But as I was saying earlier, in terms of Downing Street now, what I've been told by people inside there, that this is the moment where Rishi Sunak has a wider reshuffle in which he unites his government to get on track for a general election. Suella Braverman has gone. James Cleverly moved across to Home. Does David Cameron come in to be Foreign Secretary? We've seen some more junior ministers also go this morning. So the beginnings of a wider reshuffle. And we've got to see now who else comes up that street.
OK, Beth, for now, thank you. Obviously, continuing to keep our eyes on that front door, though, because talk to me, Sam, about I don't know, David Cameron being the next Foreign Secretary. You didn't tell us about that one, did you?
I mean, it's an impressively tight number 10 operation, and so they'll have had to be planning this for this man to be able to walk out of that car, what was it, about an hour ago when we were sitting there, and to do this. I mean, it's...
Larry there.
I was surprised to see his old friend... Was Larry the cat there when David Cameron was in Dallas? I can't remember. Look, I think there's a meeting of common interests. Rishi Sunak needed to show that he was throwing the dice and doing something big, and having a former Prime Minister allows him to do that. It signals where he wants to take the Conservative Party. It signals where his politics lie. He, of course, came in under David Cameron, albeit they went their separate ways over Brexit, and he is reshuffling. Yes, there's Kay is just showing me a picture of Larry the cat on David Cameron's lap. So no doubt, do cats love their first owners? We will. I don't think David Cameron's a cat, but he's just not a cat person. I don't get cat vibes.
He doesn't look like a cat person in this picture.
But from David Cameron's point of view, I feel like he feels that his legacy has come to a slightly unsettled, premature end. He's not the Bond villain of that photo that Kay's holding up at the moment. David Cameron's premiership came to an abrupt end. He wasn't able to sit in that seat, stroking that cat for as long as he would have wanted to, because it was cut short the morning after the Brexit referendum, where he felt he had to resign. And I think there's a huge amount of regret about how he finished his political career first time around. Now he's got another chance.
Ian?
You know what this honestly reminds me of? It reminds me of, like a TV programme is just starting to lose its way. And they're just like,
not
you know
this
what?
One.
No, not this one. But like, honestly, you're on like sort of season 8 or something, and they're just like, you know what? We've got no chance here. We're going to get cancelled. So let's just make this character murder someone. Or this one turns out to be the long-lost sister of this one. You just throw it out there. Let's just see if anything will save us. And ultimately, that's what the David Cameron move looks like. It's just like, we're out of hope. We're out of narratives. What is this government? Is it technocratic or is it populist? Is it right or left? Is it change, or is it the 30-year consensus? Like, it's got to be something, right? None of these ideas have any purchase because they don't actually commit to any of these narratives. So at this point, they're just like, you know what? Let's go for David Cameron. And David Cameron, let's remind ourselves. I mean, we say it ended badly. It ended with a referendum that he called essentially to get himself out of trouble for local elections that we've now all forgotten about, that then blew up in his face and led to his resignation. It was the most laughably inept end to a prime ministership that I've seen in my lifetime. And now this guy is the great saving grace of Rishi Sunak. I'm glad I'm not relying on him.
Of Downing Street. Is it going to work?
I think the jury's out on that one, Kay. I think in terms of... I think if you think about, is David Cameron someone who's going to bring votes to Rishi Sunak? Now, it is a clear pivot away, I think, from the 2019 election message. The Boris Johnson message was effectively moving to the right in some ways, but higher spend. That Vote Leave message, which was largely the 2019 one, more money for the NHS. We won't get into debate about that now. No. But it was a higher spend type of message, which you've seen Labour actually go a bit towards, they talk about fiscal discipline, but in terms of public services. And it feels to Rishi Sunak, he was never fully on board with Boris Johnson's spending. He defended the coalition years and the cuts in a different way than Boris Johnson ever did. And maybe we'll move more there.
If you're just tuning our way, let me tell you what has happened in the last hour or so. The former Home Secretary, that is Suella Braverman, she was sacked at some stage this morning. She left home, said very little. She subsequently put out a statement saying she will have more to say in due course. There she is, leaving home this morning. Then we saw the Foreign Secretary, the then Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, arrive at number 10 Downing Street. He has left number 10 within the last few moments as the new Home Secretary. And then a cliffhanger that nobody expected was when we saw David Cameron, there you go, getting out of that car and walking into Downing Street. Will he emerge as the next Foreign Secretary? Stay tuned and find out.
I'll do the shouts. You should, yeah. Both of us following them. Amanda, do you want to stand this? I've got spare. You follow it. Yeah, we're both doing it. I bought this kit in the Johnson days. I've sent it out there. I've got it all, baby. Got it all.
Everybody, big news this morning just before 10 o'clock. I can tell you that Suella Braverman has been sacked as the Home Secretary as the Prime Minister shakes up his top team. Let's just recap what has happened so far. Here we go. Almost as soon as we learned that a reshuffle was underway came the news that Ms Braverman had lost her job as the Home Secretary. It follows a day of speculation with calls for her to go after her comments ahead of this weekend's protest. Suella Braverman said, "It has been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary. I will have more to say in due course."
A fresh start, Home Secretary. Are you pleased with the new job, Home Secretary? Is this a fresh start for Rishi Sunak, sir? Did Braverman
James
have to go?
Cleverly has now been confirmed as Ms Braverman's replacement and is now the new Home Secretary. One question remains. Who will be the next Foreign Secretary, Beth?
Hello, yes, so just in, David Cameron, as we expected, has been confirmed as Foreign Secretary. The Right Honourable David Cameron, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. So there we go, and confirmed as well, Jeremy Hunt, as we were talking about earlier, remains Chancellor. So can you believe it? The former Prime Minister has been brought back into government by an ailing Rishi Sunak as his Foreign Secretary, clearly a Prime Minister. And Therese Coffey, the Environment Secretary, now coming up the street. There has been rumours that Therese Coffey was going to lose her job. She's coming up the street. I don't know if we can get the camera onto her. Stopping to give Larry there a stroke. There she is. Therese Coffey, do you think you'll keep your job? Is this a reset? Is it a reset, Therese Coffey? Does the Prime Minister need to reset his administration? Is this a fresh start? There you go, Therese Coffey going in. Now, I have been told by Downing Street sources that this is just the beginning. It will be a wider reshuffle. As I said earlier, all of this is about the Prime Minister trying to reset his government, trying to have a fresh start. There have been talks about this reshuffle since the summer last year. We'd expected it in September. It then got delayed. Now it is on. And David Cameron is set to be the next Foreign Secretary. Quite a turn of events. I don't think anyone was expecting to see that particular former Conservative leader coming up Downing Street to take a job. I imagine he will go and sit in the House of Lords. And I think what this represents, and I'm sorry, I'm just glancing around to see if he comes out, and I will duck if he does. it represents a Prime Minister, I think, trying to reset his government, put some heft in. I also think it's interesting that David Cameron was always a one-nation Conservative, someone that sat in the centre of the party, someone that did a coalition, you remember, with the Liberal Democrats, and what this signals as well, if you kind of look in the bigger political picture of this, that the Prime Minister is getting rid of a right-wing firebrand in Suella Braverman, and he is reshuffling his top table and bringing in an elder statesman, if you like, someone that represents the centre ground of the party, maybe realising that trying to chase the right-wing vote is not necessarily the way he's going to close the gap on Labour. So I think that's an interesting idea, and also just that this is a Prime Minister that is so far behind in the polls, he's got to do something dramatic to try and reset his government. As I said, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, remains in post. The next big moment will be the autumn statement this week, but there's so much more to go today. Therese Coffey, the Environment Secretary, and she was, remember, the former Deputy Prime Minister to Liz Truss, a very, very close aide. Now, as I understand it, they're not particularly close now. I don't think, from what some of their friends tell me, that the two women talk much at all anymore. But again, she was one of these people kept in cabinet in order for the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, to kind of calm stormy waters and keep different wings of the party happy. Does he feel now that he can let Therese Coffey go and put someone into that brief that is one of his people?
OK, Beth, just confirming, we're just hearing from the King. The King has confirmed David Cameron as a life peer, which means that he can happily now become the Foreign Secretary.
Yes.
Didn't expect that when you woke up this morning, did you?
I did not. I have to say, when someone said get your cameras on Downing Street, and then I saw the vision of David Cameron it was a drop my coffee moment. I was not expecting that, and I like to think I expect most things around here, but that one was a genuine surprise. But in a way, isn't that what Rishi Sunak needs to do? He needs to be bold. Part of the criticism of the King's speech last week by former cabinet ministers was he's managing, not leading. Where's the inspiration? Where's the big policy idea? Where's the stuff that's going to get the attention of the country? Well, this, I think, will certainly catch the headlines and the attention of the country. The Prime Minister bringing back a man that was once Prime Minister to sit in his cabinet and help him go into a general election. Of course, David Cameron was also the man that brought Brexit to Europe and the European Union. So I don't know how the European Union will feel, some of the leaders there, about this particular Conservative leader. But again, Rishi Sunak has really, if you think about one place where he has had a hit, it has been on the foreign stage. The Windsor Declaration, sorting out the tensions on the border with Northern Ireland. That was a real coup, and he's built the relationship back with Joe Biden. He's led on Ukraine, as Boris Johnson did. So this is a kind of a positive brief from, I think someone went in, sorry, I missed it. Anyway, so we've got, just to recap, Suella Braverman out, David Cameron, the new Foreign Secretary.
Bear with me a second, Beth, if you would.
Foreign Secretary, new Home Secretary, and Jeremy Hunt is staying put as Chancellor.
OK, they're just looking at UK Prime Minister, otherwise known as @number10 Downing Street on Twitter, and they've got this picture of the Right Honourable David Cameron, appointed Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. This is very much back to the future, Beth, isn't it? Didn't he say just at party conference, the Prime Minister, that now is a time for change?
Yeah, he did say, look, I would say with Rishi Sunak that the messaging has been confusing. He said he is the candidate for change, but then stressed that the King's speech was continuity. He said he was making long-term decisions about the future, and then made a load of short-term election guises around HS2 and then in the King's streets to try and bounce Labour. So there is contradiction in what he's been saying. But you could argue that this is quite a radical departure if he brings a former Prime Minister in as his Foreign Secretary. No one expected that. In a way, he can argue now with some legitimacy that when he said he was going to change things up and do things differently, this is proof right there that he's prepared to make decisive decisions that his party won't like. And many won't like it because they're all waiting for these sorts of jobs. They don't want to bring someone in from the past to take a job that other cabinet ministers or senior ministers would want to take. But I think we're expecting David Cameron shortly. I've also got this from Pat McFadden, who's Labour's national campaign coordinator. He said a few weeks ago Rishi Sunak and David Cameron were part of a failed status quo. Now he's bringing him back to life. On his life as a life raft. This puts to bed the Prime Minister's laughable claim to offer change from 13 years of Tory failure. Why are both parties talking about change? Because polling will tell you 4 out of 5 British voters want change at the next general election. They're just not quite sure if Keir Starmer will be that change. So there's still some to play for this Prime Minister.
OK, Beth, we'll obviously come back to you just as soon as we see David Cameron coming out of the door. Is he Lord Cameron? I don't know how I should refer to him these days. Sam Coates is here. Politics at Jack and Sam's. Thankfully, I listened to it last night, so I knew all this was going to happen.
We did call the reshuffle. We said Suella Braverman would be out. I even tipped James Cleverly as Home Secretary, which is a massive move. Didn't see David Cameron coming. Nobody anywhere in the Westminster Village did. This is a massive moment for Rishi Sunak. This is probably the only big reshuffle he's going to do. And he's planted his flag in where he thinks conservatism is. Now, it's a bit of a move from where he said he thought it was in the conference speech.
Number 10's Twitter feed.
But the picture that you're looking at right now of David Cameron tells you the face of his government that he wants you to see alongside him. Rishi Sunak is a Brexitee Cameroon. That is his politics. And no greater symbol could you have of that than bringing back the man himself, who I think was a bit bored, a bit unhappy with how his career ended peremptorily in 2016 with the Brexit referendum. Now, David Cameron, Lord Cameron, has a second chance to shape the narrative, shape the history books, and Rishi Sunak has a big beast. And if this was a reshuffle all about strength, Kay, then what better symbol could you have than having a former Prime Minister answering to you? That was the question he was seeking to answer. That's how he's seeking to do it. But there's a huge risk here in this reshuffle, Kay, which is Brexitee Cameroonism, I would venture, is not necessarily where the rest of the Conservative Party membership is. It's not where the whole of the Conservative Party parliamentary party is. And with a raft of issues about to hit Rishi Sunak hard and fast in the coming weeks and months,
so many questions. I don't know, honestly, coming thick and fast. So here's my question. Obviously, it's been pretty tumultuous, shall we say, for the Conservative Party over the last 2 or 3 years. Is there a case of bringing Dad back to sort it all out?
I don't think you could have any perception of Daddy Cameron really being able to sort out the woes inside the Conservative Party. Why is it so difficult? Well, we had 3 Prime Ministers in a year, and we have a...
3 Prime Ministers in 6 weeks, didn't we?
Yes, and that has left the Conservative Parliamentary Party riven, factionalised, broken. And the long tail of that break all traces back to David Cameron. So I think... If Rishi Sunak thinks that he will bringing back David Cameron will fix the Conservative Party, parliamentary party, I think it's really hard to see, if I'm being honest. I think there will be a lot of people who are delighted in Westminster, in the House of Parliament, just across the road. But there will be worries. There will be worries that all of a sudden David Cameron will be inside the top table of the Conservative Party trying to preserve his legacy, to kind of advance the kind of politics that some would say was rejected through the Brexit referendum and by Boris Johnson.
In the Middle East?
So you have to go back to the Libya conflict, where David Cameron played quite clearly a role that at the time he thought was the right thing to do. But
Obama didn't think so.
No, but both on the international stage and in the region, I think there's no doubt that the intervention in Libya became incredibly toxic. And of course, in 2012, in the summer of 2012, you had decisions about whether or not to step up bombing against Syria. David Cameron wanted that. Ultimately, Obama didn't go for it, potentially after David Cameron was unable to get his whole coalition alongside that. Then they blamed the Labour Party. The truth was, it was always internal Tory divisions worried about what escalation would look like if Russia had had done that. So I think that there is an awful lot of complications about the way that he had done that, so it's not an easy legacy. It's a domestic symbol, but the foreign policy backdrop to David Cameron is far from straightforward.
Yeah, and explain to me the China situation. Ian Dunt was on the programme, and Katie, a little bit earlier on, Katie Ball's political editor of The Spectator, making the point about him being very pro-China.
That's right. So David Cameron, together with George Osborne, were the authors of the Golden Era strategy towards China that put economic growth at the heart. So close business cooperation, and with close business cooperation, because close political ties, frankly. And you saw President Xi come over, and there was a photo call at a football stadium. Forgive me, I'm not very good at football, but there was a football stadium moment. There was a pub moment with David Cameron. The personal ties, the political ties. Now, what's happened since then is that there's been a handbrake turn, and it's a handbrake turn in British politics. It's a handbrake turn bluntly in American politics as well. In fact, pretty much driven by America and Congress. And there is far more nervousness in Britain, but especially in the Conservative Party, to exactly the thing that David Cameron's big call as Prime Minister to cosy up to China. Now you have a group of MPs led by Ian Duncan Smith, another former leader, and they are sort of Sino-sceptic. Again, that will be an issue of discomfort. And I think whether it's Syria, whether it's Libya, whether it's European relations that led to Brexit, or whether it's China, when you go through David Cameron's relationships with lots of different key parts of our foreign policy, things have either changed since then, fallen apart since then, or are more complicated than they felt on the day that he left office.
OK, so we were very surprised when, I'm not sure if we've got it to hand, this image this morning of David Cameron getting out of a car. Didn't expect it to be him. We were speculating about who it could be. Under no circumstances did we think it would be that man. And then we thought, well, OK, well, what's he going to do? He's not an MP anymore, so surely he can't be Home Secretary or Foreign Secretary or whatever. However, it transpires that the King's already said that he can be a life peer. So he is now Lord Cameron. How do we explain this? Alistair Bruce, our royal commentator, events commentator, is with us. Hello, Alistair. Break it down for me.
Hello, Kay. Well, it's a very normal thing that the King, who is the fountain of all honour and has patronage on the advice of the Prime Minister, has now conferred the dignity of a life peerage on David Cameron. We don't know the title yet. That has to be discussed with Garter, King of Arms, at the College of Arms as quickly as possible, but that can be aligned very, very fast. And then the process of preparing the Great Seal to be affixed to a document called Letters Patent, confirming the King's wish, will then need to be prepared, and then an introduction into the House of Lords. But that also can be done at pretty rapid speed. So everything seems to have been prepared so that the Prime Minister's desire to have David Cameron as his Foreign Secretary is nailed.
OK, and is there some sort of pomp and circumstance that goes around that at a later date?
The only pomp and circumstance is that there will be an introduction ceremony on the floor of the House of Lords when Garter, King of Arms, will bring David Cameron with two supporter peers who David Cameron can choose, and he will make his oath and take his seat in the presence of the Lord Speaker. And it's generally at the beginning of a day's business. And then immediately he has, David Cameron, the right to go and represent the government at the dispatch box in the House of Lords. OK. Alistair, for now, thank you very much indeed. We will talk about the challenges that might bring up with Sam in just a second. Before that, though, I just want to bring you some breaking news on a different topic. We're hearing that detectives and London Fire Service are investigating after the bodies of 5 people were recovered from a house in Hounslow in West London. Chief Superintendent Sean Wilson, responsible for policing in Hounslow, said, "My thoughts are with the loved ones of those who have very sadly lost their lives in this tragic incident. I don't underestimate the impact that this will have on the wider community and beyond." Police called 10:30
last night to reports of a fire at a residential address in Channel Close in Hounslow. Officers attended alongside the London Fire Service and also the London Ambulance Service, is what we're hearing. The bodies of 5 people were found inside the property, and a 6th person is currently unaccounted for. It is believed that they are all members of the same family. One man left the house prior to the arrival of emergency services. He was taken to hospital by the London Ambulance Service. His injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. Nearby properties evacuated as a precaution. So 5 people have died in a fire at a property in Hounslow, all thought to be members of the same family, according to the Metropolitan Police. One other person taken to hospital. One other person is at present unaccounted for. So we may well be talking about politics this morning and the machinations in Downing Street, but sparing a thought for that family, those remaining, and the wider community. 5 people having died in a house fire in Hounslow last night around about 10:30. This morning, we heard the news that the then Home Secretary has, I was going to say been stepped down, but she didn't step down. She was basically fired. And that created a vacancy that was filled by the then Foreign Secretary, who has now become the Home Secretary. Stay with me if you would. And that is James Cleverly. That means there was a vacancy as Foreign Secretary. Who would he choose from his front bench for that? It turns out none of them, Sam.
David Cameron. That's the one.
Lord Cameron to you, if you don't mind.
It was never call me Dave to me.
No.
And I think the Cameron appointment is understandably sucking up a huge amount of the oxygen. A former Prime Minister in Rishi Sunak's cabinet as he seeks to show how he asserts his authority by having one of his predecessors in the tent. It's a big signal, and by putting Cameron in the House of Lords, Cameron gets another attempt to recast his political career. I'm super excited, by the way. Cameron's in the Lord. It means we all get to see his outside earnings. That's a good thing.
His outside earnings.
His outside
it just
earnings.
struck me, actually, that we've got a picture of both of them together from yesterday. We'll look that up. Where would they have both been together yesterday?
Outside, next to the cenotaph for
outside the cenotaph, of
Remembrance
course.
Sunday. But, Kay, can I be honest? Oh, there they are. So David Cameron next to Gordon Brown, next to Tony Blair, who's in the papers because maybe Israel wants Tony Blair to play a role in Middle East peace once more. Okay. Fascinating day of former prime ministers. But in between Theresa May and Gordon Brown is the man who this morning has just been made the Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom, next to the 2 prime ministers who were slung out last year. Busy year for
3.
British.
No, 2. You're right.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. We were on our third. That's right.
We're on our third. He's very much still in Downing Street, as far as we know today.
Yes.
And there you have the top rank of Rishi Sunak's cabinet as it was configured yesterday, standing behind him. But one person in that lineup is out. That's Suella Braverman. David Cameron now is in. But I just want to sort of do a bit of a handbrake turn because, understandably, all the oxygen is being sucked by David Cameron's appointment. But I'm going to argue, Kay, that I think the more important appointment is James Cleverly. Let's just look at what he's just said. He's just written on social media platform X/Twitter. It is an honour to be appointed as Home Secretary. The goal is clear. My job is to keep people in this country safe. Why is he in that job, Kay? Because he's a trusted pair of hands for the Prime Minister. He has been doing the most difficult job. The man you see on your screens has been navigating the incredibly tricky domestic and global international response on behalf of Britain, Israel and the Middle East.
It was quite a meteoric rise for him, wasn't it? David Cameron, Lord Cameron, going straight across. Straight into the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. That's that journey, isn't it? We'll have a look at that again. He is the new Foreign Secretary. So within the last few moments, we have seen Lord Cameron leave number 10 Downing Street. We last saw him yesterday morning, Beth, didn't we, with the Prime Minister outside the cenotaph. I wonder if he knew then.
Yes, that's right. We've just seen David Cameron, recently ennobled coming out. I think that's some of his, I imagine, aides and security detail following him straight into the Foreign Office. You literally walk across. He said hello. He didn't answer any questions. But of course, all focus now on this wider reshuffle. We have David Cameron as the new Foreign Secretary. Suella Braverman has been sacked. Therese Coffey, the Environment Secretary, widely tipped for also being sacked, is in number 10 now, and other ministers and cabinet ministers waiting anxiously to see how this unfolds. And we have been talking for a few weeks now, haven't we, about this being a prime minister that doesn't seem to be in control of events, being bounced by his party, being undermined by Liz Truss at conference, and then this overt insubordination from his Home Secretary. Well, he's now taken decisive action. He's sacked her. He's brought a former Prime Minister into government, and he's really trying to signal, I think, in this reshuffle that he's taking back charge. The election is coming up. He is desperately behind in the polls, and he's got to try and do something to shift the dial. So this is a moment of surprise, and that counts for something in politics. And none of us expected David Cameron to be walking up here, but it doesn't come without its controversy. We've got Darren Jones now in government, who was on the chair of the Business Select Committee, saying, if I can find it, Kate, referring to what you were talking about earlier, he said, "I'm pleased David Cameron's back. When I ran the Business Select Committee, he was always too busy to answer our questions. All we wanted to understand was why he was privately lobbying ministers for public cash for the allegedly fraudulent Greensill Capital, whose payroll he was on." So Labour dredging back that. And then, of course, the issue about China. There will be a lot of Conservative MPs concerned that the Prime Minister isn't hawkish enough on China, and he's bringing back a guy to run foreign policy that spoke of the golden age between the UK and China not too long ago. So I think there will be discomfort about that. I also think there's a point here that he is a one-nation Remain Conservative. He represents a very different wing of the party to the ones that have been in ascendancy since after that Brexit vote. You only have to look at Liz Truss being selected by the party membership, and then of course Rishi Sunak coming in. He was a Brexiteer too. So that one nation wing of the party, I imagine they'll be very pleased to see David Cameron back in, but many others will not. So we're waiting now for more of the reshuffle. As I said, Therese Coffey in there, and we will bring you all of it as it comes.
OK, Beth, thanks. Just had a statement from David Cameron, as is Dave Cameron's want. The Lord Cameron, I should say. It's quite lengthy. I'll give you some of it and then you can take over when I'm out of breath. We're facing a daunting set of international challenges, including the war in Ukraine and the crisis in the Middle East. At this time of profound global change, it has rarely been more important for this country to stand by our allies, strengthen our partnership and make sure our voice is heard. Over to you.
While I have been out of frontline politics for the last 7 years, I hope that my experience as Conservative leader for 11 years and Prime Minister for 6 will assist me in helping the Prime Minister to meet these vital challenges.
He goes on, Britain is a truly international country. Our people live all over the world and our business trade in every corner of the globe. Working to help ensure stability and security on the global stage is both essential and squarely in our national interest. International security is vital for our domestic security.
Though I may have disagreed with some individual decisions, that's HS2 for those who were listening earlier, it is clear to me that Rishi Sunak is a strong and capable Prime Minister who is showing exemplary leadership at a difficult time. I want to help him to deliver the security and prosperity our country needs and to be part of the strongest possible team that serves the United Kingdom and that can be presented to the country when the general election is held.
I believe in public service. That is what is the first motivated me to get involved in politics in the 1980s, what happened in 2016, then former Prime Minister, to work in government in the 1990s, become a Member of Parliament in the 2000s and put myself forward as party leader and Prime Minister.
The UK's Foreign Office, our diplomatic service, our intelligence services and our aid and development capabilities are some of the finest assets of their kind anywhere in the world. I know from my time in office that they are staffed by brilliant, patriotic and hard-working people. They have been well led by James Cleverly, with whom I look forward to working in his new vital role.
He's not finished yet. You're not telling me that he's written this morning, is all I'm saying. It will be an honour to serve our country alongside our dedicated Foreign and Commonwealth Office staff and provide the continued leadership and support that they deserve. Rewriting history?
I think the most interesting thing about that statement, Kay, is how David Cameron can't resist, and it'll be cleared by Downing Street, so they'll know what that statement said, but David Cameron can't resist putting himself at the centre of Rishi Sunak's government. That statement felt to me like David Cameron wrapping his arm around Rishi Sunak, going, don't worry, I've got you. Now, this is a reshuffle about strength. And that was David Cameron going, I am the cavalry. Here I come.
I tell you, it's Dad's back. Everything's going to be fine.
But the Dad's back...
You poo-pooed it, but let's see.
No, I poo-pooed it because the Dad's back dynamic is dangerous for Rishi Sunak. I thought they'd avoid that. Well, that statement that took two people to read out and quite a long time is a former Prime Minister going, thank you for coming back to my type of politics. You've made some mistakes, but I'm here for you now.
Well, it gets better. Congratulations to David Cameron on his return to government. His immense experience on the international stage, are you listening, will be invaluable at this time of great uncertainty in our world. Looking forward to working together again. Who said that?
Well, I worry she's feeling a little bit left out at the moment. It is Theresa May.
There you go. You can't make this stuff up. This is why we love politics, isn't it?
It is. Look, the Conservative Party is often praised for its sense of reinvention.
Is there do you think there's a role for Boris?
Not at time of speaking. But look at that lineup. Just get that lineup back on the screen again.
Yeah.
Because the Conservative Party is praised for its ability to ruthlessly reinvent itself. Look at the number of people slung out of office, left office voluntarily, and just the sort of long tail of prime ministers there, long tail of Conservative prime ministers. But this is not a cost-free exercise, Kay. Every time there's a change of prime minister, there's actually a change of view in Downing Street about how the party should be run and the country should be governed, leaving the last lot of Conservatives who back the first way of doing things or the second way of doing things all agog. And so because we have had so many iterations of conservatism, so many prime ministers, there are so many people in the Tory party with so many different views. So if you get a big figure like David Cameron...
After 13 years?
They are at the moment, but look at the polls.
Right.
This is the... it's all trade-offs. But this is a big figure coming back from the past. But the huge question I don't know the answer to is how will the...
Hold that thought, because I want to come back to it in just a second, because it's 10:30, so I want to tell people what has happened within the last couple of hours. So hold that thought for just a second. This morning, we weren't sure what was happening. You had said there was a 90% chance that there would be a reshuffle. You were sat on this sofa when you said that, and then this is what happened. The Home Secretary was sacked. She left home. She went back, she came out again, she was sacked, primarily because of what she said in an article in the Times last Thursday, although there's much speculation on that, which we will discuss again further in just a moment or two. That meant that we needed a new Home Secretary. Step forward, James Cleverly, the then Foreign Secretary, who was on the steps of number 10. He came back out again as the new Home Secretary. He has tweeted to say how thrilled he is at the new job. We'll talk about whether he really is or not, which then meant that there was a vacancy for Foreign Secretary. Who on earth could be Foreign Secretary? Who was in this car that was coming up Downing Street? Can you believe it? Enter David Cameron, already Lord Cameron by this stage. He needed to be a Lord because he couldn't have walked any slower if he tried, because he needed to be in the Lords in order to be able to take up an office of state. He went in, we speculated whether or not he was going to be Foreign Secretary. So he was in, I suppose, for about an hour or so, and the door closed. And then just a few moments ago, it opened again, and he was the new Foreign Secretary. Over to you, Sam.
Rishi Sunak is pressing reset on his administration again. We have a new brand of politics at the top of Downing Street, at the top of the government. Rishi Sunak is suddenly embracing Brexity Cameronism. He has appointed one of the best-known political figures in this country to his cabinet. In a reshuffle designed to show strength, he has done that by getting an ex-Prime Minister to sit as a subordinate of him in his cabinet. David Cameron has arrived back, the most sensational political comeback since Peter Mandelson appeared to try and rescue Gordon Brown's government in the late 2000s. That didn't work. Will this? It's a big gamble, Kay, because suddenly Rishi Sunak is planting his flag in a place that not everybody in the Conservative Party is going to agree with.
I want to share this with you. I'm sorry, I can't wait for another moment. Don't look, because I want you to guess who it is. No cheating. Superb for GB, says the tweet, bringing his experience to guide us through difficult times. Excellent for the Conservatives, showing at Rishi Sunak will fight the election on the centre ground. Bravo, clappy hands. Who's that?
So it's somebody who wants to cause mischief, somebody who's closely aligned with David Cameron, perhaps because he likes him so much. Maybe a long marcher with David Cameron, somebody who is delighted that the party he might feel is coming back. Coming back to thinks the Conservative Party is coming back to his type of politics. It's Matt Hancock, celebrity, TV star, veteran of studios, one-time pandemic health secretary.
There we go, bringing in Conservative shadow former Home Secretary Anne Widdecombe. I think you were shadow, weren't you? Hi, Anne, good to see you. Your thoughts on the machinations of this morning so far?
Well, I'm sorry that Suella Braverman's gone for the reason for which she has gone, which is the article that she wrote last week. I can think of many reasons for lacking confidence in Suella. In particular, as I have commented many times, she's got a habit of saying things that we all agree with, you know, she's going to stop the votes, but not actually delivering. And there is a massive difference between rhetoric and action, which I think she failed to fulfill. But I don't agree with the premise for her sacking, which is clearly the controversy that broke out over her article last week. I am just flabbergasted that David Cameron is back. And I have to say, I've never been so glad that I finally found the courage to leave the Conservative Party. I cannot believe that a man who made a complete mess on a foreign policy issue, which was leaving the EU, that he has, now taken over as Foreign Secretary. Frankly, I think James Cleverly would have been a much better bet.
I don't think he necessarily chose for us to leave Europe, though, did he? I think it was slightly out of his hands.
That's the whole point. He instigated a referendum, believing that he knew what the outcome would be, went across to the EU saying, you've got to give me some change that I can take back and present as a reason for staying. They didn't. He couldn't even get that out of them. Then he pegged his colours to the mast, which most prime ministers wouldn't have done, took the losing side, and I'm glad it was the losing side, but he took the losing side, and then he left. Now, that is not the most wonderful handling of affairs of state. And yet that, what you read out, that statement that he's issued, was a pontification about how wonderful he is. He's awful.
The guys are laughing while you're saying that. It was certainly a very long statement, Ms Widdecombe. Was there anything in particular that you took from it?
I took from it what has already been said and what I think is absolutely right, which is that at the centre of that statement was himself. What I really would want to hear is a lot more about policy. Now, he's got a horrible brief. I mean, he's got the Ukraine war, he's got the Middle East crisis. He is not walking into something that's going to be easy to handle, and I'll admit that right from the outset. But I don't have faith in him in that senior position in the Conservative Party to unite the party. I've no faith in him at all, because he is so associated with one particular wing of it and has always pressed that wing.
OK. Ms Braverman, it's good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. Ian Dunt is back. While you were gone, we got a new Foreign Secretary.
Yes. You do that, don't you? I feel like I just pop off for a while and I'm like, oh, I see, everything's changed.
Yeah.
Right.
Thoughts? I mean, we more or less knew it was going to be Lord Cameron.
I'm not sure if I accept this idea of it's such a difficult brief. I mean, on Ukraine, it's not really that hard, is it? It's hard to think of a single issue in British politics that's so consistent in people's attitudes towards Ukraine. It doesn't seem to be particularly difficult. When it comes to the Middle East, the honest truth is, Britain's kind of irrelevant to the discussion in reality, in global
Tony Blair
terms.
might have a different view.
He might have a different view, but I don't think it would be correct. I mean, I don't. You know, there's no way that anyone from Britain is going to be able to influence Netanyahu in a meaningful way. All of this feels quite parochial to me. I mean, that includes the debate within Labour, but also kind of what we're seeing now. Like, there's the idea that we're in this chaos moment. This very important foreign policy moment is taking place. But actually, Britain's influence on the global stage is minimal to non-existent.
I take a different view. I think it is perfectly fair to say it might not be Britain that can make the pivotal difference in certain things around the world, but it is perfectly possible for a British Foreign Secretary to make things worse. The delicate negotiations that need to be done by Britain's chief diplomat do matter. When they don't happen, things start to unravel. I think that Britain's played quite a big role, particularly right now in the Middle East, just getting that Rafah crossing open, to be critical with Egypt in particular, nudging, taking us to places that even the US couldn't do. There are some characters, by force of personality, that unlock a little bit of diplomacy that isn't available to other nations, other top diplomats. I think this is the reason why we've seen James Cleverly be promoted, and the reason I'm so interested that the Lord Cameron is walking into Great Charles Street, into the Foreign Office through that back gate, because actually, who is Foreign Secretary does make a difference.
I think in this case, I have to say, I think the influence is minimal. But also, we also underplay, for instance, the importance of Arab states. You could say, really, if it's not Israel and the US that's crucial, it's saying which Arab states would be prepared to have some kind of arrangement to see what can we do about a government in Gaza that excludes Hamas, that doesn't look like it's only been put there because Israel was supportive of it. In those cases, you can see some influence. My experience mostly in Israel was when you would ask, who could tell you to do anything in any scenario that would make the impact? And over again, it was like, if it's anyone, it's Washington, but not even really them.
I've just had a WhatsApp message from a very senior Labour source as we've been chatting, saying they're very much enjoying this morning.
I don't blame them. Because also, what is the party that you are facing if you are Labour now? Like, what is the actual message of anything that is being given to us? We've addressed the fact that, a month ago he said that he was against the 30-year consensus that he has now absolutely fastened himself to in the form of David Cameron. We're in a period where austerity is completely out of fashion and really quite despised among the public. And you bring back the main face of it right into the heart of government. Maybe George Osborne by the afternoon. Yeah, why not? Let's get all the podcasters in.
I mean, he's definitely got the vote of a different podcast quite clean. I'm going to make a point that I nearly made earlier, but I think it's really important. All the oxygen's being sucked out by David.
That was his way of saying that I interrupted him.
I tried to do it nicely. All the oxygen's being sucked out by the appointment of David Cameron. I think James Cleverly might be the more consequential appointment because stopping the boats, immigration is top of the list of things that needs to be sorted one way or another for Rishi Sunak. Suella Braverman left that brief in part because it's such an important brief for Rishi Sunak.
There he is, as Home Secretary.
And there, as Home Secretary, within 48 hours, is going to be having the most difficult negotiations of his life. If the government lose the Supreme Court case on Wednesday, there is going to be a phalanx of Tory MPs saying, well, we've got to unblock the problem. The problem will be the European Convention of Human Rights. They will argue and that we need to leave. And James Cleverly is on record earlier this year saying we shouldn't leave. Suella Braverman took a different view. So James Cleverly is heading to a big fight with a wing of the party within 48 hours. And Rishi Sunak will know that. And James Cleverly will know that. And that's what we're going to be talking about by the middle of this week.
OK, so while you were out, we saw Therese Coffey, who used to be Deputy Prime Minister before not that long ago. She has gone into number 10 Downing Street. She stopped to stroke the cat. Read into that what you will. She's gone into Downing Street. She's not come back out again. What do you think might happen?
We would not expect her to stay as Secretary of State.
But why would she go up the street otherwise?
No, it's an interesting point, but like the conversation's gone on for a long time. Most of the rumours around her are that she would be leaving that position. You may take a different view. I don't know if you've heard the same. Like certainly, I would be surprised if she was still Environment Secretary by the end of the day.
I mean, that was always the rumour, but I'm confused by why she had walked up the street. Do you want another development?
Yes, please.
Will Quince. Now, he's a health minister, and he has just quit. He said that he wants to step down from his role to spend more time with his family.
He did not say that.
Hang on. Let me finish, because the truth is more interesting than that. To spend more time with my family and explore new opportunities. Let me just explain what that means.
Okay.
There are rules if you're a minister that mean you can't take a job for 6 months, right? There are a lot of people who are looking right now as to, you know, the other side of the election. What if they want a job after a Tory election defeat? If you want to pick up a job the day after a defeat in a general election, you need to start thinking about quitting now. So yes, you're doing it for the family, and I'm sure the family are very grateful, but the fact he even admits that he wants to explore new opportunities sort of signals what not just Will Quince, but what I suspect quite a lot of Tories are currently thinking. Should I just sort of check out right now? Because we can see the writing on the wall. We can see where this government is going. And we want to start the time ticking, the clock ticking on the, whatever it is, 3, 6, 9 month kind of period, enforced purdah before we can have a high-paying job.
Okay.
This is about the personal interest.
OK, Beth's still in Downing Street for us. What's your take, Beth, on what's going on?
Well, Kay, this is the beginning of a wider reshuffle. I think we've got some yards to go this morning. We have a new Home Secretary, we have a new Foreign Secretary, we have quite a muscular former Home Secretary on the benches now, trying to work out what her next move might be, and she says that she will say further later. And we also have the Environment Secretary in number 10, wide expectations that Therese Coffey was going to be reshuffled out. As I was saying earlier, she was a Liz Truss ally, a core ally, the Deputy Prime Minister to the former Prime Minister, kept in order to try and smooth those stormy waters in the parliamentary party. But all of the controversy around sewage in the rivers has made her job very difficult to keep. So let's see what happens there. And as Sam was saying, we've had a string of Minister of State or more junior ministerial moves. Nick Gibb has stepped down, Will Quince has stepped down, Neil O'Brien has stepped down. So in there, we see the top table, the top cabinet moves, but all around Whitehall now, this is a Prime Minister that is shuffling the pack in order, I think, to try and get a government that more represents what he wants to do. Someone very close to him told me a couple of months ago when we were talking about a reshuffle that Rishi Sunak wanted to put people in that he thought could deliver what he wants, that he wanted to reward those that were hard-working, entrepreneurial, that he wanted to create a cabinet, if you like, more in his workaholic image, if you like. And in moving James Cleverly to the Home Office, he's clearly taken a decision that whatever happens with that Rwanda judgment, he is on a collision course with a Home Secretary that is insubordinate frequently and has been for the past year, taking the oxygen away from him and also making him look weak. But while he's doing that, he's also indicating that when it comes to policy, he'll be just as tough as she is with those talk this morning about strengthening laws around protests, something that Mark Rowley actually has been calling for from the government, saying, give me more definition of what I can and can't do. But he's got rid of the Home Secretary. He then has James Cleverly in, and James Cleverly is probably more aligned to him when it comes to the complexity of foreign policy, meeting Home Office policy, what to do on the ECHR. That's the European Convention of Human Rights. Suella Braverman believing that we should leave that in order to get those flights off the ground to Rwanda if the court ruling goes the wrong way. But the Prime Minister not comfortable at all with doing that because it affects all of the work he did with the Windsor Declaration. I should also say that there was an expectation as well that had the Rwanda court ruling gone the wrong way, that there would have been a blow up between the Prime Minister and Home Secretary Suella Braverman, or former Home Secretary, because they would just simply differ on policy. So he's taken that problem away, but he has caused an issue on the backbenchers. And now I think what we're also waiting to see is just how deep is that support for Suella Braverman. You'll remember in the first leadership contest when Liz Truss became Prime Minister, she dropped out with having got knocked out having received 27 votes. So she built a bigger base since then.
OK, Beth, for now, thank you. Ian, final thought from you this hour on the developments so far today?
Ultimately, the thing to settle on is, thank God we've gotten rid of her. Suella Braverman was hopelessly inept, immoral, impractical. Her politics were deranged. We've seen over the last weekend like a real nadir for British public life of having a Home Secretary stoke up violence and aggression that ultimately was communicated directly to the far right, who went on crucial days of the British year to cause trouble in London. And a large part of the blame for that, if not being left with her, you could say she did not act to heal division, she acted to worsen it and to exploit it. And on the basis of that, when you get to the end of that period, even as all the other things will take up our attention today, the thing that will keep me happy when I tuck myself into bed at night is that at least Suella Braverman is no longer the Home Secretary.
Thank you. Your thoughts?
Suella Braverman can't be here to defend herself. No. So I think just to put another side to that argument, she would say she was prepared to do what others in British politics wasn't, and actually put pressure on the police in public because they were letting down the Jewish community when it came to the Palestinian marches. She communicates, she would argue, clearly about things that matter to the public, albeit in a controversial thing, and she was clearly knew the Prime Minister was going to sack her at a reshuffle and was flexing her muscles, but who could blame her given she knew her fate?
OK, hold those thoughts, guys, if you would, please. If you're just tuning our way, let me tell you what's been happening so far this morning. We've got a new Home Secretary and we've got a new Foreign Secretary and we've got government ministers who are heading into Downing Street as we speak. So who's the new Home Secretary? Well, it's not her anymore. She was sacked this morning. It was predicted as such. It was really when, as opposed to whether it was going to happen or not. He is the new Home Secretary. He was the Foreign Secretary. So what does that mean as far as the Foreign Secretary is concerned? Who would be from the front bench to do that job? Well, somebody arrived in a blacked-out vehicle. Who on earth could it have been? We waited with bated breath to see whose shoes those were. Big shoes to fill. Lord Cameron is now the new Foreign Secretary. Guito Harry's here. Well,
hi,
I saw you yesterday morning sat about in here.
I was sat in the studio and I did think it was going to happen, as in Suella Braverman was doomed. Intelligent woman, highly capable, very nice person, really, face to face.
That's not what Ian was just saying, but OK.
But actually, really, in playing to the gallery, was out of order repeatedly and inevitable. James Cleverly, absolutely top guy, great instincts. If you follow his Instagram, fantastic, a lot of experience. I worked very closely with him at City Hall years ago, so he knows the Met inside out, a signed-up member of the human race, the sort of modern conservative, compassionate, cosmopolitan, just what you need. David Cameron, well, very, very interesting. Where do we start? Lord Cameron. He was always a bit sort of Lord Cameron to most of us, wasn't he? It's sort of, but no, hugely able. And first thing I would say is that I have to, as somebody who's exactly the same age, same sort of year at university, that it's great to see the experience that someone like him has valued. It was a terrible waste for British politics to see someone like David Cameron languishing in his shepherd's hut, having finished his book a long time ago. So in that sense, no doubt we have now a really able, well-connected, hugely capable Foreign Secretary, but a lot of downsides. Rishi Sunak was the guy who said, the people who went before did things differently. I'm different. I want to move on. He oozes a man in his 40s from an ethnic background who studied in the States. He oozed a different kind of generational change for the Conservative Party. And he's going back to the guy who gave us austerity, who was Prime Minister in 2010 for the first time round, and Brexit. And this is the last thing I'd say just as an intro. On Brexit, I don't know who likes him. Half the population loathe him for asking the question. that led to us leaving the European Union, and the other half for asking the question and campaigning against the outcome that they wanted and got. So a lot of issues with that, but a really grown-up appointment.
Geeta Harry, policy on Syria, intervention in Libya, lack of preparedness on Brexit. Which bit of foreign policy was David Cameron good at?
You know, I thought sending in the RAF to, you know, get involved in Syria was well dodgy, and I think Parliament said no to it, didn't they?
So his instincts are wrong on that. Yeah. Intervention on Libya didn't go well.
No, and we know how it ended.
The golden era on China,
afterwards.
Everyone's had to row back on that.
Well, China's an interesting one because I don't think we've had a mature, grown-up, realistic debate about China, whether we loathe them or not, whether we're scared of them or not. The idea that we can ignore this massive country that is dominating technology, which we cared about, that's dominating the future of climate change policies. We've got to find a grown-up, mature accommodation somehow with China. And again, this is somebody, and the level of debate in the Lords will be different to the level of debate in the Commons.
Absolutely. But I put this to our man earlier on, and he disagrees with me. But is there a sense of Dad coming back to sort out all the mess?
Do you know what? If I'm being generous, and I'm feeling in a good, perky mood this morning, I think it takes a big man to appoint a predecessor to a position around the same table as them. In many ways, it's a sign of supreme confidence in Rishi Sunak that he's happy to bring back a very successful Prime Minister until he ultimately crashed. But he scraped through on one election and he won a second one and then chose to ask a silly question that some of us don't think he needs to ask. But to bring him in and have him there week in, week out, saying, well, I'd have done this differently. And when I sat in that chair, not many people in corporate life would do that. Not many people in sport would do that. And not many people in politics would do it. So at that level, there's something quite gutsy about it.
That wasn't Kay's question.
No,
Kay's question was, can David Cameron be a number 2 or a number 3 in a government?
Well, you know, it's... If he was asked to step down from Prime Minister directly to that, no, I don't think many people can. But it's a bit like people who leave full-time jobs as executives who come back as chairmen or chairwomen of companies or come back as
But he's not at all like that. This isn't some elevated role. He is now subordinate to the Prime Minister who basically does foreign policy himself. David Cameron's got to wind his neck in. Yeah. As Foreign Secretary, because we all think he's a bit bored and his legacy is a bit poor. So is he going to be a help or a hindrance? That statement was too long and too much about him.
Yeah, it was.
He's had a long time
Did you see the statement?
to lick his wounds. He's had a long time to contemplate where it all went wrong. He wrote that very long book on what went wrong. He can't bring himself to say he was wrong to call the Brexit decision, but he did. So
I'm being
yes,
a little
there's
bit light-hearted about our new Foreign Secretary, and we must give him the respect that he deserves, his role deserves. But all Prime Ministers get sacked eventually, don't they? Not all Prime Ministers then choose to come back again, like a spectre at the feast.
I noticed that Theresa May said, great to be working with you. Is that a sort of a bid for a job? And I worked for the guy that everybody said, oh, he'll be back. Does he want to... I've never done an interview where people haven't asked me whether Boris Johnson would come back. And it's not him who's come back. It's David Cameron.
Do you think he will? Is there still room for him?
No, not the two of them. The cabinet is certainly not big enough for the two of them at the same time. I think the real issue is the suggestion that, because of the success of the Conservative Party in the last election, there are 360-odd MPs to choose from. And able though David Cameron is, with, the caveats that all three of us have mentioned, it is a suggestion that not one of those MPs is able enough to step into James Cleverly's shoes in the Foreign Office, that you have to bring in somebody who left the political scene in a bit of a huff, in a bit of a hurry, a few years ago. And I'm trying to be polite.
Threw his teddy in the corner.
And you bring that back. And this is when you are portraying yourself as the candidate of change and the future generation. That's where I think the rub will be here.
I remember very well our then political editor saying he's definitely not going to resign. You could tell he was going to resign.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly. Stood outside Downing Street within a few hours.
As he should, to be fair, as he should, because his vision for the country had been rejected.
Well, it wasn't necessarily
so I don't blame him for
he
leaving
had no
the scene
choice.
on that.
Yeah, if you're going to stay with us, I know we're almost at the top of the hour. If you're just tuning our way, let me tell you that David Cameron, Lord Cameron, is the new Foreign Secretary. That post made available because the then Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, has stepped down to become the new Home Secretary. So there you are, looking at our new Foreign Secretary. Who'd have thought it, eh?
At the minute, I've got to stay with us. Is that correct? No one told me what I had made the Can you get that on? Can someone get that on mute now? And then so I've got auto cue and then really rude, and then you can just keep between some like that way. Morning from Downing Street, and what a morning it's been already. A cabinet reshuffle underway and already delivering high drama, to say the least. We've seen the former Prime Minister David Cameron return here to accept the role of Foreign Secretary. Now, that was made possible after James Cleverly left the Foreign Office to replace Suella Braverman as Home Secretary after her sacking earlier this morning. Well, let's just recap on what has happened so far, because there has been an awful lot going on here in Downing Street this morning. Almost as soon as we learned that a reshuffle was underway, came the news that Ms Braverman had lost her job as Home Secretary. Now, that follows days of speculation with calls for her to go after her comments ahead of this weekend's protest. In a statement issued after her sacking, Suella Braverman said, "It's been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary. I will have more to say in due course." Wonder what that could be.
Do you mind if I leave my things here?
A fresh start, Home Secretary. Are you pleased with the new job, Home Secretary? Is this a fresh start for Rishi Sunak, sir? Did Braverman have to go? Well, James Cleverly was soon confirmed as Ms Braverman's replacement as Home Secretary. And his replacement, this was the big surprise, the former Prime Minister David Cameron. Now, he, of course, is no longer an MP, so he's also been given an immediate peerage to enable him to return to government. In a statement, Lord Cameron said, Although I may have disagreed with some individual decisions, it is clear to me that Rishi Sunak is a strong and capable Prime Minister who is showing exemplary leadership at a difficult time. I want to help him to deliver the security and prosperity our country needs and be part of the strongest possible team that serves the United Kingdom and that can be presented to the country when the general election is held. Well, let's have a listen now to James Cleverly, shall we? The new Home Secretary. This is what he had to say this morning.
Well, it's been a huge privilege to serve as Foreign Secretary, and in that time I worked very closely with my colleagues in the Home Office, cracking down on illegal migration, reducing the number of small boat arrivals, and now as the Home Secretary I'm absolutely committed to stopping the boats as we promised, but also making sure that everybody in the UK feels safe and secure going about their daily business, knowing that the government is here to protect them. So it's a fantastic job and it's a real privilege to serve. Thank you very much.
And do you want to distance yourself from the rhetoric of the previous Home Secretary?
Well, I intend to do this job in the way that I feel best protects the British people and our interests. I have had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister, who's made it very clear that he wants us to deliver on our promises, to stop the boats, to protect the British people, make sure everybody feels secure in their lives. Thank you very much.
What a day. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, is with us now. And Beth's phone's been pinging all morning. What have you learned now?
It's only just starting, is what I've learned now.
Wow.
No, I've just heard that the Prime Minister is not in number 10 now. He's gone to Parliament. So he's gone to Parliament, and then the reshuffle will continue. We'll see more people coming up the street when he's back in. I've been told that we've probably got at least half an hour or so, Sophie, before we see anyone walk up, so we can just chill our boots, can't we?
Famous last words.
But,
you
know,
really
Prime Minister sometimes goes over as well because he wants to see people, as we know, see people face to face and tell them that they're going to be relieved of their position. Therese Coffey has gone in and hasn't come out. It's unclear what's happened to the Environment Secretary. But at the moment, the Prime Minister's done the big, bold moves this morning. But as I said, this is just underway. When you talk about the logic of what is he doing, number 10 spokesman saying it's about, if I can find it, hang on, it's about the PM picking a united team to deliver the changes this country needs for the long term. So we've had our breakfast, but now we've got lunch and dinner yet.
I love it how, like, the door opens and me and Beth immediately just
and it's Larry.
We just got, and it's Larry. A bit of a, we love Larry, but not quite the.
Actually, Therese Coffey gave him a little stroke on the way up.
I just want to take a pause. Lord Cameron as Foreign Secretary. I mean, no one's got that in the reshuffle sweepstake.
No, I think it's fair to say that took everyone by surprise. I say the one thing is that, number one, for the Prime Minister, that's quite bold. It surprised people. It will get headlines tomorrow that he's bringing back a former Prime Minister that appealed, I have to say, to many Conservative voters as well. And there will be a fierce debate about the rights and wrongs of that. On the plus side, if you talk to some of those Conservatives that have felt very at sea during the Johnson to the Truss, even to the Sunak years, when you've got a kind of Home Secretary talking in the language she does. I mean, this is from a senior member of the One Nation group of Tories, the ones in the sort of centre-right ground that kind of didn't want Brexit and have kind of, well, a number of them were expelled, actually, from the party during the Brexit wars. Some came back in. But one of them said to me, we're pleased that the Prime Minister decided sensibly that the government needs to position itself in the centre-right of politics. This is a strong set of decisions by the Prime Minister, so I sense that this is about trying to be grown-up government, forgetting about the wars of the past.
It's risky, though, as well, isn't it? Because, as you say, you know, Suella Braverman speaks to a wing of the parliamentary party, but also the membership.
Yeah.
David Cameron comes from a completely different wing of the party.
Yeah.
It feels like this is almost, should we be reading into almost a complete change of strategy here?
Well, I think it's risky for a couple of reasons. The first is that if you're a Prime Minister saying you want change and then you're so out of ideas, some would argue within your own parliamentary party that you feel you need to bring in the guy that was doing it 6 years ago. Some people might see that as, again, he's kind of having to look at grandees to help him out. And also, is that change if you bring back the old guy? So I think there's a question there. I mean, what Number 10, one of the sources in Number 10 said to me when I put that to them, they said bringing change isn't about personalities, it's about a different approach. Cameron agrees with the Prime Minister we need to do things differently to deliver for the public. So that's kind of on the optics of it. I think on the politics of it as well, I mean, David Cameron referenced it in his own very long statement, where he said we might have disagreed in the past because he openly disagreed with the Prime Minister on HS2, not his policy brief, but he's also questioned his decision not to go back to the 0.7% of national income being spent on the aid budget, which was a key Cameroon policy. So I think, you know, they've obviously discussed that and decided to iron it out, but you've got policy differences there as well. So it is risky. And then finally, on Braverman, you're absolutely right. You know, I was talking to some of her backers over the weekend. I said, is it bad for her if she gets kicked out? One of them said to me, well, nobody knew who she was when she was Attorney General, the most senior legal advisor in government. Everybody knows who she is now. She's Home Secretary. And if the platform's taken away from her, she is still, to quote this person, queen over the water. All the right-wing press will want to hear what she has to say. And she now has that platform. And she speaks, as one of her allies said to me, in vivid terms, in a way that captures the imagination of many in the country, certainly a lot of Conservative grassroots supporters. So, you know, it is a risk for him. Of course it's a risk. But, you know, if you were advising him, you might argue the bigger risk is insubordination continuously of a Home Secretary undermining you, throwing you off course, setting the agenda. And, you know, if he takes the great office of state away from her, at least like Liz Truss, she is on the outside throwing rocks in. The question is how many land and how many people join her throwing rocks in at him from the back benches. And I think that is a live issue, Sophie, with people around the Prime Minister saying she has 6 to 12 backers, and then people who support her saying to me there's tens, if not scores of people who support Suella Braverman.
So interesting, isn't it? Anything else that we should be looking out for as the day progresses?
Everything. We should be looking out for everything.
To be fair, we didn't call it before, did we, David Cameron?
I mean, genuinely, what I am looking out for today is the extent of the reset, because do you remember when Boris Johnson won that massive majority and he just cleared his cabinet out of anyone that wasn't an ultra-loyalist to Boris Johnson? He didn't try and bring wings of the party together. He just made it in the image of himself. Liz Truss came in and we thought she would have to placate different sides of the party, given that Rishi Sunak did win a big chunk of vote, but she didn't do that. She made it in the image of herself. Rishi Sunak came in and he didn't do that. I mean, partly because he didn't take it to a vote, so he didn't have the backing of the grassroots. He made a cabinet in the image of various factions of the parliamentary party in an attempt to stop the civil war within the Conservative Party, calm things down, have a semblance of seriousness and moderation in government. And that, in a way, has come back to haunt him. You've had Braverman completely undermining him at different points, causing him difficulties. You know, you've got Therese Coffey in there. The whole issue around polluted rivers has been a headache for the Conservatives. She, again, was a Liz Truss backer. His Home Secretary was not his choice. His Foreign Secretary, then James Cleverly, was not his choice. His Chancellor was not his choice.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
I think I'll come out at the end of the day and say, right, OK, is this really, like, is the Rishi Sunak reset now just all of his key people in and taking a gambit that it doesn't matter how much some of them can't stand me in the parliamentary party, they're not going to kick me out now, so get with the programme and try to deliver.
I'll be interested to see, because I'm actually not sure who Rishi Sunak is as well. I'm not actually totally sure where to place him on the wings of the party as well, so maybe we're going to get a bit more of a sense of that.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, if you talk to people that are close to him, what they will say is he is a Brexiteer. He's much more socially right-wing than you might expect.
More than David Cameron,
Yeah,
you would
much
think.
more than David Cameron. And then he really is more aligned to, say, a Liz Truss view of economy, like small state, low taxes. But he's also... You wouldn't think of that when you think of him, because he was the guy that did the furlough scheme for COVID and spent tens of billions of taxpayers' money. So in your mind, you might think this is... But do you remember when Boris Johnson was trying to push through social care policy, and it was his Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, that said, if you do that, you have to lift taxes. So he is, you know, in essence, kind of a right-wing conservative economically. I think he is conservative socially. So this is why, with Braverman, people will say they don't actually disagree on the substance of policy, but the other thing is integrity, professionalism and accountability.
And like you said, insubordination as well.
And that is kind of not what we've had necessarily at times from his government over the past year. So is it going to be this kind of Rishi Sunak professionalism that we're going to see now in number 10?
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth, we're going to keep across of all of it as it unfolds, and I'm sure there'll be more twists and turns as it goes. Sacking Suella Braverman and replacing her with David Cameron, Lord Cameron, I should say, Mr Remain, the guy who spearheaded the Remain campaign in the Brexit referendum. The roller coaster here in Westminster is certainly continuing. Let's have a little look now, shall we, at some of the reactions to this morning's events so far, because another former Prime Minister, Theresa May, she sent this. Congratulations to David Cameron on his return to government. His immense experience on the international stage will be invaluable at this time of great uncertainty in our world. Looking forward to working together again. Angling for a job maybe there. Another former Prime Minister, Theresa May. Plus, the former Health Secretary, the guy who was in charge when the COVID pandemic started, Matt Hancock, he said, brilliant decision by the Prime Minister to make David Cameron Foreign Secretary. Superb for GB, bringing his experience to guide us through difficult times. Excellent for the Conservatives, showing Rishi Sunak will fight the election on the centre ground. Bravo. So you couldn't get more gushing there than Matt Hancock. I wonder how that will go down with some of the more right-wing of the Conservative Party who may also already be feeling slightly squeamish about today's events. Well, let's have a look now at some Labour reaction, because Pat McFadden, Labour's National Campaign Coordinator, this is him commenting on the appointment of David Cameron as Foreign Secretary. He said, a few weeks ago, Rishi Sunak said that David Cameron was part of a failed status quo. Now he's bringing him back as his life raft. This puts to bed the Prime Minister's laughable claim to offer change from 13 years of Tory failure. That's Pat McFadden there reflecting on the speech to conference that Rishi Sunak made, saying that he was a change candidate. And on Suella Braverman's sacking, this is her counterpart, the Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper. She wrote to say, Suella Braverman has now been sacked twice as Home Secretary. Rishi Sunak should never have reappointed her in the first place. He was warned against it and was warned on the damage she was doing. He went along with her undermining the police. The buck still stops with this weak Prime Minister. So Yvette Cooper trying to turn it all back on Rishi Sunak again. And here's a reaction from Humza Yousaf, who is the First Minister of Scotland. He expressed his view. Never has someone been so unfit for public office as Suella Braverman. At a time when we need those in government to bring communities together, she revelled in fanning the flames of division. The Tories are out of ideas and out of time. There should be a general election now. Well, let's get a bit more action from our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is in Westminster for us. Sam, I barely know where to start. There's been so much news. Let's start off with Suella Braverman, shall we? It's a big, bold, punchy decision from the Prime Minister.
That's right, Sophie. This is a reshuffle about asserting the Prime Minister's strength. Now, you saw her challenge him over the Times article last week that wasn't properly cleared by Downing Street, where she criticised the police for being biased. But I am told that the root of the decision to sack the Home Secretary from her post a little after 8:30 this morning came not with that, but a few days before that with her comments about the homelessness and homelessness being a lifestyle choice. It was after that that the civil service were sent out on Tuesday night, Wednesday, to prepare those briefing packs for new ministers, a sign that a reshuffle is imminent. It was that first set of comments that really tipped Rishi Sunak over the edge. He's had to dance to her tune too many times in recent days. He's judged she and her allies, not politically strong enough to cause that much difficulty from the backbenches. It's one of the big gambles of this reshuffle.
One of the big gambles, the other big gamble, of course, is Lord Cameron, I should say. Got to get used to saying it like that, making his return. Pat McFadden, we just heard his reaction from Labour there. I mean, he's got a bit of a point. I mean, it's quite hard to pitch yourself as the change candidate after decades of failure and then bring back the guy who had the job in 2010.
And that's just one of the complications, Sophie, of where Rishi Sunak finds himself. But, you know, let's appreciate what Rishi Sunak has done. He has planted his political flag as a Brexity Cameroon. He obviously went different ways with David Cameron over the European referendum, membership of the European Union, but otherwise wants to signal that his type of politics isn't with Suella Braverman, isn't with the right of the party, and that year that he has spent with a cabinet that he all but inherited from Liz Truss, something of an aberration. This is the cabinet, this is the team he wants to put before the general public at a general election. But my gosh, Sophie, is that a set of political calculations? I mean, look, for centrist dads, daddies come home in a funny way with David Cameron's appointment. That statement that he released, which will have been authorised by Downing Street, paragraph after paragraph after paragraph of David Cameron's view on just about anything, including how Rishi Sunak's been doing overall, how he's been doing on individual measures that he disagreed with. There was this sense of this older statesman figure sort of coming in and putting his arm around Rishi Sunak and saying, look, I've got that. And this is where one of the big dangers, Sophie, lies, that if David Cameron flexes his muscles, doesn't confine what he's doing to the domestic brief, looks like he's sort of, trying to co-chair some of the stuff in this government, then it will be a disaster. Can David Cameron restrict himself just to foreign affairs? But then you've got the legacy, because you've got the desire to intervene in Syria that was rebuffed by Parliament. You've got arguably the disastrous intervention in Libya. You've got the lack of failure to prepare for a Brexit referendum result that saw Britain voting to leave the European Union. And you've got the golden era on China. 4 massive calls by David Cameron on foreign affairs when he was Prime Minister. And I think that a lot of the Tory party would say that was wrong. Look, it works for Rishi Sunak because it's a big moment. It's a big symbol about where he's going, but it's fraught with dangers that's going to irritate the right. And I think that the appointment of James Cleverly will satisfy many as Home Secretaries in serious pair of hands who's proved himself through the Israel-Hamas conflict, but departs from many on the right of the party over his desire to stay in the European Convention rights. That's going to be a big row on Wednesday. But Cameron, it's not clear to me how popular David Cameron is amongst Tory MPs and particularly Tory members, given he was on the wrong side of the Brexit debate. Does it work with the country better than it works with the party? And is that the thing that Rishi Sunak is gambling on today?
Thanks, Sam. Sam Coates there with the immortal line for centrist dads, daddies come home. If you are a centrist dad, let us know what you make of the return of David Cameron to the cabinet and to frontline politics. Thanks, Sam. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to have more on the reshuffle that has become, well, it's already been an absolute box office afternoon, and I'm sure there'll be more twists and turns to come.
I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent.
Well, already been former Conservative Deputy Prime Minister Lord Heseltine joins us now for comments on what has already been an absolute blockbuster of a reshuffle. Thanks for joining us on the show this morning. What are your thoughts on the bold moves the Prime Minister's made?
It's the best piece of political news for the government that I've had for many a long year. I'm absolutely delighted to see David back in the front line of politics. He saved the Conservatives from the last lurch to the right when he pulled the party back to the centre and won a general election. And he has exactly the sort of status that this country requires in what is a very difficult political international situation and a very difficult economic domestic situation.
You say that he's got the status required, but there's a certain amount of baggage with David Cameron as well. What I can't get my head around is Rishi Sunak, at his conference, pitched himself as the change candidate after years and years of failure, including the failure of David Cameron. How can he say that he's a change guy when he's bringing back a former Prime Minister?
Well, because he's changed the direction from a lurch to the right back to the centre ground. But frankly, the nitpicking over what the Prime Minister said about
from the last 10, 20 years.
Look, this debate about whether Rishi Sunak should have said he's the change candidate, there's no votes in that. Out in the great wide British public, they're not discussing the minutiae of what the Prime Minister may have said or may not have said. What they do know is that Suella Braverman has epitomised a lurch to the right in the government, which is wholly unacceptable. And I was responsible for years for rough sleepers, and I spent a lot of time trying to find out what caused the rough sleepers, the broken homes, the second marriages, the boyfriends that enticed the girlfriends to London and then ditched them. This is human tragedy. And for Home Secretary to talk about lifestyle choices, I mean, she must have known that this would guarantee her headlines all over the place. You can't be so insensitive to issues of this momentum and expect to be Home Secretary, which is essentially a job of uniting the nation and calming the nation and fighting extremes.
How much damage do you think the former Home Secretary Suella Braverman has done to your party at the ballot box then?
Well, you just look at the polls and, I have never known in the world in which I live, which is a fairly predictable world of people, mainly Conservative voters, perhaps of a rather older generation, I have never known such disenchantment with the government as that which I hear wherever I go. Not to party political occasions, I don't go to many of them, but to the social occasions where I go. And there is just an appalling sense of this has nothing to do with us, these people. I mean, it's depressing to a degree, but I have no doubt at all that David Cameron's appointment will send a ray of hope where at the moment there's been a rather dark background.
I've got to say this because there will be people listening to this interview who think, look, Lord Heseltine, you are almost the epitome of the kind of Remain Conservative. David Cameron as well, he was the guy who spearheaded the campaign. Of course you're going to be pleased that he's back. But what does that say to voters who voted for Brexit, who deeply believe that David Cameron and yourself were taking the Conservative Party in the wrong direction and you're going back to those years?
Oh, I'm delighted you asked that question because, of course, the British public now know that Brexit was a mistake. And they know what happened. They were told a pack of lies, led by Boris Johnson, but encouraged by Nigel Farage. And if you want that sort of thing, if you want to be a part of a society that is duped into believing that the world is different to what it is, that there are opportunities which don't exist, well, then listen to the Boris Johnsons of this world, listen to Nigel Farage. But frankly, the Conservative Party that I belong to is the Conservative Party of Churchill and Macmillan and Heath and Thatcher, who would have absolutely been appalled by the idea that we should turn our back on Europe. And amongst many of the benefits of David Cameron's return to frontline politics is the fact that he is patently sympathetic to Britain's position in Europe. And that, I think, will be helpful politically to the Conservative Party, but right for the best interest of this country, and particularly the younger generations who know that the severing of our relationships with Europe has done significant harm to their prospects.
Do you think that's helpful to the Conservatives at the next election, telling the 52% of people who voted Leave that they were duped, that they should just, if they still feel like that, they should just go off with Nigel Farage? You're hoping to get them to vote for you, aren't you?
Well, I tell you what I think, that the real problem for the Conservatives in the election is actually the present economic situation, which we all know and which is threatening people's living standards. And where people's living standards are under pressure, they vote for change. And that's the real problem of this present government. It hasn't got time to change the perception of people's living standards, and the circumstances are not helpful. But one other area, if Rishi's really in the business of recasting the Tories, he should bring back George Osborne and Greg Clark on the levelling up agenda, because there's a great future for the levelling up agenda. And those two ministers, George and Greg, they know more about levelling up and what needs to be done than anyone else in the Conservative Party. And this is an agenda which could change votes, and in my view needs to change votes, particularly in the red wall seats, who are very much listening for effective policies to level up their often rather prejudiced positions.
Thank you very much indeed. Interesting to hear your perspective this morning. Lord Heseltine, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're here from Downing Street on an extraordinary day unfolding this Monday here as Rishi Sunak kicks off his reshuffle, sacking Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, replacing her with James Cleverly. And that, of course, left a hole in the Foreign Office brief. And he's decided to bring back the former Prime Minister David Cameron, making him Lord Cameron, in order to do so. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll bring you all the latest developments from here in Downing Street, including the surprise appointments we've already had, certainly some more twists to come.
Hello, welcome back to Downing Street. To say it's been a busy morning here would be an understatement. The exit of the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, replaced by James Cleverly, and in his place at the Foreign Office, the return of David Cameron, now Lord Cameron. We have just had a tweet from the Foreign Office as well. They've got a picture of David Cameron entering the Foreign Office, one of the grandest, most lavish buildings here in Westminster. He's been shown around by Philip Barton, who is currently the Permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. So that's Lord David Cameron there being shown his new office. Well, we can speak now to the former Foreign Secretary, Sir Malcolm Rifkind, who joins us now. And what do you make of the return of David Cameron?
Well, I think it's an inspired appointment because we have a Foreign Secretary who already has the experience of foreign policy. He's represented the United Kingdom. He knows all the world leaders already. And at this particular moment, with a crisis in the Middle East and with an ongoing crisis in Ukraine, it's much better to have someone with that background than someone who, however able, may be completely untested in the work of foreign policy.
He's got the experience, but some would say, is it the right experience? It was on David Cameron's watch, of course, that we had the conflict in Libya. Many people would say that the way that Western countries, including the UK, handled that made the situation worse.
I don't think there's any former Prime Minister, whether it's Tony Blair, Margaret Thatcher, or even Winston Churchill, about whom you could not say there were some things they did which were very, very controversial and might or might not have worked. That's not the point at issue. The point is who today is the best person available to take on the job of Foreign Secretary when we need someone who can go straight into the job, already knowing Mr. Netanyahu, already knowing Arab leaders, already knowing other world leaders. In order to have the best prospect of maximising the British point of view, perhaps having an impact on what is actually happening at the moment, especially in the Middle East, but also Ukraine. Never lose sight of Ukraine as well, equally important.
Just to make the point, to argue the opposite case, if you like, I understand that, yes, David Cameron knows all these world leaders, but that might not necessarily be a good thing. If they've already got preconceived ideas about the foreign policy when he was Prime Minister, they see him as the guy who messed up Libya, is that really a good thing?
Yeah, I just don't think that's what they're going to be thinking at this moment. Each Prime Minister or President he deals with will also have their own track record, some of it controversial, some of it very, very successful. What they will say is this a person who actually understands the issues and can make an important contribution? And when he speaks for the United Kingdom, as a former Prime Minister for 6 years, he speaks with a lot more authority than would a completely new arrival who, through no fault of their own, did not have that experience.
I think where no one would disagree with what you're saying is the situation that he's walking into when it comes to foreign affairs, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the war in the Middle East, the stakes simply couldn't be higher. What do you think the new Foreign Secretary's priorities and perspectives should be?
Well, I'm quite clear in my own mind. The immediate priority as Foreign Secretary for David Cameron has to be the crisis between Israel and Hamas and the extent to which the United Kingdom, obviously led by the United States in particular, we've given quite correctly very strong support to Israel. We're also able, because we are strong supporters of Israel, occasionally to give advice on ways in which things could be changed for the better. I'm thinking particularly, of course, at the current very, very crucial question of the impact on civilians and especially the controversies surrounding the hospitals and other medical facilities in Gaza.
In your view, has Israel been committing war crimes?
No, I don't think it has. I think it's when you've been attacked in the way that Israel was attacked. Imagine if people behaving with the brutality of Hamas, if that had happened in the United Kingdom during the problems with the IRA. The very strong and correct demand on the United Kingdom would have been to use the United Kingdom's armed forces to do all within its power to destroy that organization so that it could not behave like that again. That's the challenge Israel's faced. That does not mean they are exempt, nor do they ask to be exempt from applying international law when it comes to how you fight conflicts and combat. It's a very difficult issue. I was Defense Secretary as well as Foreign Secretary, and I've seen it more at first hand. The problem that generals and admirals and air marshals in the middle of a conflict, they're trying to do two things. They're trying to win that particular war they've been asked to fight on behalf of their country or wider interests, but at the same time they're having to do so according to rules that their opponents do not observe. Hamas isn't remotely interested in international conventions on not injuring or killing civilians. They've gone out of their way to kill over 1,000 Israeli civilians simply for the sheer sadistic pleasure of doing so. So we're dealing with a differential situation. And I think that is where the United Kingdom government, because we've had not similar experiences in the sense of a similar conflict, but we've been in conflict in the Falklands with the Argentinians. We've had British troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. Sometimes mistakes have been made, but you've got to do your best and show the world that you're doing your best to avoid injury or death to civilians, particularly in schools or hospitals or other civilian areas.
I just want to talk to you, if I may, about the politics of today's reshuffle, because we have seen Suella Braverman leave the cabinet. She's definitely on the right of the party, I think you'd say. David Cameron, who positions himself as a more centrist prime minister, being the big person to enter the cabinet. Do you think this indicates a shift towards the centre ground that Rishi Sunak is making ahead of the election?
Well, it may do, but it's not why he's doing it. He's doing it because Suella Braverman signed her own death warrant by the very foolish way in which she behaved. So it was necessary for Sunak very quickly to come to a decision, not only should she go, which she has gone, but also who is the best person available to replace her. And, you know, when you have the opportunity to have a former prime minister with experience in foreign policy, you don't throw that away. And let's be realistic. We're essentially talking about what is more likely than not, I do not say more than that, but to be a sort of one-year responsibility. A year from now, there will be a general election. I hope we will win that general election. I am aware, as everyone is, that that is unlikely if the opinion polls do not change. But that is a crucial requirement. It's not to try and win the next election. When you're dealing with foreign policy, there's something infinitely more important, even than general elections. And that is to ensure that particularly the United Kingdom, which after the United States is one, it's not the only country, but it's one of these relatively few Western countries that can have a profound impact on other governments because of our own experience and background, not just history, but also our current role in the Security Council of the United Nations.
You're clearly not a fan of Suella Braverman. You said that she signed her own death warrant. But there are people in your party who take a very different view. I was really struck when I went to Conservative Party conference, for example, the number of people there, the number of members who were really enthused by what she's saying. And like it or not, there will be a certain number of people who think, look, she's just saying what they believe. She's talking truth to power in their view. What would you say to that?
The issue about Suella Braverman is not whether she's on the right of the party or the left of the party or what her general policy is on immigration, which is to carry out the government's policy. It was a particular, very foolish mistake she made in attacking the police, implying that they were biased. This is the Home Secretary doing that, not by private representations, but in public, and doing so after number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's office, had said they were not comfortable with the article that she was proposing to publish. So that was a defiance of the government, and it was the foolishness of the way she has sought to draw the police, of all people, into the issues of domestic politics. That was a grievous mistake, whether she came from the left, right, or centre of the party, and that's why she had to go.
OK, thank you very much. Interesting to hear your views this morning on Sky News. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, our political editor, Beth Rigby, is with us now. Beth, I just want to pick up, if I may, about Suella Braverman, because I'll be honest, I thought this time last week that she was effectively unsackable. But what do you think changed?
Look, there's so many moving parts of this in terms of what's changed. I don't think she was unsackable, actually. I think that he had chosen reasons not to sack her over a number of period of time, and that in a way that final article was the straw that broke the camel's back. In terms of what's changed, I think that the repeated insubordination becomes for a Prime Minister a bit too hard to bear. I don't think that the leadership pitch that she effectively laid out at Tory party conference went down particularly well in number 10. I mean, you had a Home Secretary not taking on her counterpart, Yvette Cooper, as Shadow Home Secretary, but taking it straight to Keir Starmer, normally territory for Prime Minister. I also think that there is an issue about Rwanda, and there's a policy issue here. So for the past year, in a way, Rishi Sunak gave Suella Braverman the hardest bit of the brief, trying to stop small boats. He knew that she spoke to the right of the party, which is the part of the party getting the most agitated about the policy, and he's let her go ahead and put that policy into place. But we've got the Rwanda judgment on Wednesday, and I think that this could have been a point where it blew up anyway, because if they lose the judgment, which, you know, there is pessimism in government that they might, I mean, it's still not decided, but we don't know the decision. Then he's at loggerheads with her anyway over this issue around the ECHR, whether we leave the European Court of Human Rights, something he doesn't want to do because of the knock-on effect it has for the Good Friday Agreement and for his Windsor Declaration, which was all about sorting out the border on the island of Northern Ireland. So I think that, you know, he's moved now. Where are they, though? Interestingly, I've just had this from a Conservative source saying that there is talk in Parliament of a meeting of the new Conservative group. This is the supporters around her, and the agenda item is, quote, Suella leadership play. Wow. But I equally have to say, oh, I've just had this in as well. Interesting. I have to say that when I spoke to some of her supporters over the weekend, there was no sense that it was going to be an attempt at a leadership bid. Rather, the leadership play could be the long campaign.
And in a way, if after the election, this always feels like it was the game with her gone.
And I've just had Justin from putting that out there. Someone saying we meet every Monday about the new Conservative groups. No leadership bid on the agenda. I would say bid and play are different things, Sophie, wouldn't you?
Exactly. Come on, we've watched her, haven't we?
I've danced on a head of a pin before.
We've been dancing a little jig on that pin for a while.
But I think leadership play, and it speaks to what someone said to me about her being out of government, but the Queen over the water. Expect much more from Suella Braverman, I'd say.
I think that's it. And there was speculation, wasn't there, Beth, that she may even be happier on the backbenchers.
Sophie, just more in on the bat phone. Rishi Sunak is leaving Parliament, so it has been about 40 minutes since we knew he'd gone, so he's coming back, so we need to stay focused on that door because more people will be coming up the street.
The camera is not going anywhere from that door, don't worry. We're going to be here giving you all the ins and outs in Downing Street. Thank you very much, Beth. I should say, though, we've heard the first reaction from a member of the Cabinet to the news. Transport Secretary Mark Harper, first Cabinet Minister to speak on camera since Rishi Sunak began his reshuffle. What's he got to say?
I was in David Cameron's government. I was his chief whip. He's a fantastic team player. I think the Prime Minister's brought him in to strengthen the team, and at a time when foreign affairs are incredibly important with what's going on in Ukraine, with the conflict in the Middle East, I think having a really experienced player at the top table is a good move, and I look forward to working with him in the months to come.
And Suella Braverman sacked as Home Secretary this morning, as was possibly expected. Again, what's your reaction to that? And there's lots of people on the right of the Conservative Party not very happy now. Rishi Sunak's going to have a problem on his hands, isn't he, keeping the right of the party on side?
Look, the Prime Minister is today strengthening his team, and I think the important thing is to focus on we all work as a team in government, delivering the Prime Minister's agenda and priorities. Those are the country's priorities, and I think it's important we all work together. Those are the changes that he's making today. I welcome the appointments that he's announced. We'll see more of them later on today, but it's about strengthening the team and delivering the Prime Minister's priorities. That's what's important, and I'm sure the Conservative Parliamentary Party will rally behind, make those arguments in the months to come, and make those arguments for the country.
Strengthening the team, delivering the people's priorities. Mark Harper, Rishi Sunak loyalist, sounding pretty pleased with the reshuffle so far. There is going to be all kinds of reaction going on the Conservative benches. Some of them will be hopping with delight to see Lord Cameron back. Others will be head in their hands, despairing that Suella Braverman has been relinquished of her post. But as Beth was just saying, definitely worth keeping an eye on what the former Home Secretary is up to. Is it better to have her inside the tents or outside? We'll find out in the weeks and months ahead. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up next, we are going to have even more on the reshuffle that has got over to a blockbuster start. Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister, making his way back here to Downing Street.
I'm Mark Stone and I'm Sky's correspondent based here in Washington, D.C.
Over street! I mean, yeah, it's pretty much. No. I mean, it's just a problem. I'm going to get back to you because I'll talk to you about it later, but yeah. Yeah, love you.
Welcome back to Downing Street, where Rishi Sunak wasting the British recess. Suella Braverman, House Secretary James Cleverly place. Really David Cameron, yes, that David Cameron, all the questions there. Well, let's chew over what was the week. Montgomery,
has been watertight, because part of the problem I think Rishi Sunak has faced in recent times is too many rivals around him, too much media leaking, and I think a little bit like the role that William Hague played for David Cameron, a former leader who was his foreign secretary, but was there almost as a chief advisor. I think that's the role that David Cameron will play. And it's a ridiculous system in our country, really, where you have former prime ministers on the scrap heap at 50, and you have people running departments like the Home Office who haven't run a department properly before. You know, we need more experience and competence in government, and I don't agree with David Cameron on every issue. I'm probably more to the right of the party than him. But I like having grown-ups in charge, and I really welcome what's happened today.
I didn't think of that point, actually, that he's not a pretender to the throne, not a rival for the role of Prime Minister. I think that is actually quite an important one as well. The other thing that I'm trying to work out, that I wonder if you might be able to help me with, is who is Rishi Sunak? You know, is he on the Suella Braverman side of the party? You know, he's pushed through some pretty right-wing policies on things like immigration. Or is he a one-nation Conservative? Is he David Cameron who he's brought back? What's your take?
Or is he the agent for change that we heard about at the party conference, Sophie? Well, why then is he bringing back the Prime Minister from, you know, the early period of this Conservative government? I think you can make many criticisms of David Cameron as Rishi Sunak, sorry, as someone who isn't very good at politics. He doesn't really have a consistent message or a vision. And I don't think that's going to change. I don't think what's happening today is going to change the outcome of the next election. I think people have stopped listening to the Tories, and that isn't going to change. But what Rishi Sunak is quite good at, I think, is basic sort of management of government. I think Labour won't reverse the HS2 decision. It was too expensive. The government is still committed to net zero, but the timetable for getting there is more sensible. I thought what Sunak did at the AI summit recently was solid. That's what he is. He's not going to convert that into a political strategy, but he's showing he's good at government. And so bringing in someone who is also have a lot of government experience at his side to help him in that task is a sensible move, in my view. But it's not going to transform the political fortunes of a party that is probably now past its sell-by date.
Interesting to hear that from you, Tim Montgomery, past its sell-by date. Just a quick thought on Suella Braverman. Was it the right move to sack her? Did he have a choice?
I think there's a problem for him in the optics internally, because a lot of the right, a lot of Tories agreed with what she said about the policing of recent marches. I think it was the last straw, though, for him, more than that particular issue being the motivation. There was just a breakdown of trust between Number 10 and the Home Secretary. She wasn't moving policy in the direction that they wanted, but there was constant press stories. When the government had an agenda for any particular day, what instead ministers were being asked about was the latest thing that Suella Braverman had unexpectedly said. He felt she was a loose cannon, she wasn't a team player, and that's why ultimately she had to go. I think the overall stance of the government on the policing of these marches is going to be more and more robust. There's dissatisfaction across the government with the fact that people have been saying anti-Semitic, nasty, incendiary things on Britain streets during these demonstrations, and it has looked like the police hasn't been getting a grip of that. I don't think that will change with a new Home Secretary. I certainly hope not.
OK, thank you very much, Tim Montgomery, with his take there. Always good to hear your analysis. Well, we've had a bit of positive reaction, haven't we, so far from our guests this morning about that appointment of David Cameron, Lord Cameron, to the Foreign Office. I just want to balance that. I've just been leaked a WhatsApp message from a Conservative MP group talking about that appointment. I will resist pointing out, the message says, that David Cameron was mired in Greensill, the largest lobbying scandal to hit the government. He had to resign because he failed to stand up to the EU and is completely gutless. He won't be able to address the House of Commons while we are actually witnessing two major conflicts. And finally, he is an unelected Foreign Secretary appointed by an unelected Prime Minister. Let's see how this one plays out. So that WhatsApp message sent to one of the Conservative MP WhatsApp groups. Not everyone completely delighted with the appointment, but it's pretty clear it's a bold, decisive reshuffle by the Prime Minister, and we'll have more on it after the break. and you're watching Sky News live from Downing Street on a dramatic day as the Prime Minister reshuffles his cabinet. Suella Braverman is sacked as Home Secretary days after she criticised the Met Police over pro-Palestinian marches on Armistice Day. She's replaced by the former Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, but says she'll have more to say in due course. Well, in a move that nobody saw coming, the former Prime Minister David Cameron returns to government as Foreign Secretary. He's at work in the Foreign Office already, having been given a seat in the House of Lords to enable him to take up the job. The Prime Minister says the reshuffle will strengthen his team in government, but questions remain about his support within the party. Well, we'll have the latest live from Downing Street as the Prime Minister shakes up his team ahead of a likely general election next year. Hello, good afternoon from Downing Street, where an extraordinary cabinet reshuffle is underway and is already delivering high drama. We've seen the former Prime Minister David Cameron return here to accept the role of Foreign Secretary. Now, that was made possible after James Cleverly left the Foreign Office to replace Suella Braverman as Home Secretary following her sacking earlier this morning. Well, there's been an awful lot of movement already. There's going to be a lot to come in the day ahead, but let's just recap what's happened so far, because there's been some big moves already. Almost as soon as we learned that a reshuffle was underway, came the news that Ms Braverman had lost her job as Home Secretary. It follows days of speculation with calls for her to go after her comments ahead of this weekend's protest. Well, in a statement issued after she was sacked, Suella Braverman said, "It's been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary. I will have more to say in due course."
A fresh start, Home Secretary. Are you pleased with the new job, Home Secretary? Is this a fresh start for Rishi Sunak, sir? Did Braverman have to go?
Well, James Cleverly was soon confirmed as Suella Braverman's replacement as Home Secretary. And his replacement, this was the huge surprise, the former Prime Minister David Cameron. Now, he, of course, is no longer an MP, so he was given an immediate peerage, which allows him to return to government. Well, in a statement, Lord Cameron said, "Although I may have disagreed with some individual decisions, it's clear to me that Rishi Sunak is a strong and capable Prime Minister who is showing exemplary leadership at a difficult time. I want to help him to deliver the security and prosperity our country needs and be part of the strongest possible team that serves the United Kingdom and that can be presented to the country when the general election is held." Well, the new Home Secretary, James Cleverly, has already been speaking about his appointment. Let's listen to what he said.
It's been a huge privilege to serve as Foreign Secretary, and in that time I worked very closely with my colleagues in the Home Office, cracking down on illegal migration, reducing the number of small boat arrivals, and now as the Home Secretary I'm absolutely committed to stopping the boats as we promised, but also making sure that everybody in the UK feels safe and secure going about their daily business, knowing that the government is here to protect them. So it's a fantastic job and it's a real privilege to serve. Thank you very much.
And do you want to distance yourself from the rhetoric of the previous Home Secretary?
Well, I intend to do this job in the way that I feel best protects the British people and our interests. I have had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister, who's made it very clear that he wants us to deliver on our promises, to stop the boats, to protect the British people, make sure everybody feels secure in their lives. Thank you very much.
Well, our political editor, Beth Rigby, is with me now. Should we just take stock for a minute?
Yeah.
We've had some big appointments. There's been lots of big thoughts. Where are we now?
OK, should we just
take a moment?
OK, where we are now, well, number one is he's back in there, the PM's back, so we're waiting for a wider reshuffle. But in terms of where we are, what intent does this signal from a Prime Minister that, quite frankly, has been on the ropes for months? and hasn't been able to reset his government despite the expectations that conference and then the King's speech would be big moments. A reshuffle, as we know, is a moment where a Prime Minister really gets to exercise power. They don't get that many moments, actually, because politics is always about trying to please different people and making compromises. But this is the moment where they have that patronage and they can execute their power and authority. So what is he doing? I think there was a view at the beginning of term that it was very much going back to the right, that some of the decisions he's making were going back to the right of the party. That is completely being blown out of the water by this, because he's bringing back David Cameron, a one-nation Conservative that won the leadership race and then won an election on the back of being centre-right. So he's put the party back towards the centre, and that is creating reverberations in the Conservative Party. Damien Green, who leads the I think we've got Cameron in the Foreign Office. Have we got that?
I think
we've got pictures of it. Okay.
Yeah, we're having a look at David Cameron.
We're having a look at David Cameron in his new environment. But going back to David Cameron in his new environment, I mean, this is Damien Green, the former Deputy Prime Minister under Theresa May, a leading figure in the One Nation group, saying it's very good news that David Cameron is back as Foreign Secretary. A solid centre-right government is what the country needs. So finally, the One Nation Conservatives that lost on Brexit, that felt sidelined under Boris Johnson, completely lost in Liz Truss age, and then wondering what Rishi Sunak felt about them, now feel like this is the moment that a Prime Minister, having kind of moved to the right, is coming back to the centre ground. And on the other side, you've got the kind of right wing of the party with their noses very much out of joint today. And, you know, this new Conservatives group, which is the people around Suella Braverman, we think is meeting later today. Now, they say it's a weekly meeting, that there is no leadership bid on the table. But make no mistake, I was speaking to one of her backers over the weekend who made it very clear to me that being Home Secretary constrained her, not least because she spent hours and hours actually making difficult decisions on policy, and now she is, cut loose. So, we are going to see Suella Braverman not having to align to Cabinet collective responsibility, at least in policy. I know the language has infuriated many Tory MPs, so I do think that this is the beginning of what will be a more open campaign. The question is, has she overreached?
And she said, didn't she? She'll have more to say in due course. I mean,
yes.
It'll be so fascinating to see. As Beth was just saying there, the disgruntled group of the Conservative MPs on the right of the party, well, they've certainly got a new standard bearer in Suella Braverman on the backbenches. I just want to listen to the first on-camera reaction we've had from a Cabinet member. This is Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary. He's pretty happy with the changes. Let's listen.
I was in David Cameron's government. I was his chief whip. He's a fantastic team player. I think the Prime Minister's brought him in to strengthen the team, and at a time when foreign affairs are incredibly important with what's going on in Ukraine, with the conflict in the Middle East, I think having a really experienced player at the top table is a good move, and I look forward to working with him in the months to come.
And Suella Braverman sacked as Home Secretary this morning, as was possibly expected. Again, what's your reaction to that? And there's lots of people on the right of the Conservative Party not very happy now. Rishi Sunak's going to have a problem on his hands, isn't he, keeping the right of the party on side?
Look, the Prime Minister is today strengthening his team, and I think the important thing is to focus on we all work as a team in government, delivering the Prime Minister's agenda and priorities. Those are the country's priorities, and I think it's important we all work together. Those are the changes that he's making today. I welcome the appointments that he's announced. We'll see more of them later on today, but it's about strengthening the team and delivering the Prime Minister's priorities. That's what's important, and I'm sure the Conservative Parliamentary Party will rally behind, make those arguments in the months to come, and make those arguments for the country.
Mark Harper, Transport Secretary there. Beth, we know some of the big moves already, but there's an awful lot of reshuffling that could be on the cards still. He's back now in Downing Street. You made the point that there are not that many women now.
No,
in the big
I
jobs.
mean, actually, someone that was formerly very senior in government messaging me saying no women in the big jobs. And, you know, if you think about the 4 offices of state, they're now all men. James Cleverly, David Cameron, Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak. And I think back to David Cameron days where a big discussion within his government was it a boys' club? Did he have a woman problem? I remember we used to write about that because there wasn't that many women in his government and he was under huge pressure to promote them. And it is unusual in convention now I'd say post-Cameron, that prime ministers like to have a woman at the top of the table and we don't have that. You know, we had...
I remember your sort of thoughts around the COVID inquiry about, you know, how important it is to have diversity of thought around some of these decision-making tables.
And, you know, and that was what Helen McNamara was saying. She was saying that the decision-makers within Number 10, that they didn't actually look at issues affecting women, be that domestic, giving birth on your own. Yeah. I mean, give that a domestic abuse, you mentioned pregnancy, and you know, there is a question, I think, for the Prime Minister to answer about, well, who are your senior women in government? I should say, though, as well, that in the back office, his Director of Comms is a woman, Narissa, his Deputy Director of Comms is a woman. So there are lots of women around top. But as I said, the convention has been that there would be one of the big offices of state, there would be a woman. We had Pretty under Boris Johnson. We had, who else did we have? Liz Truss was Foreign Secretary for a while, Suella Braverman with Rishi Sunak. So I do think, let's see how that cabinet shakes out and how much, a gender split there is at the end of the day.
My other question, because we are watching all the movements, we were talking a while ago about Therese Coffey. Do we know what happened to Therese Coffey? Is she still in there? Is she out? Has it all gone quiet?
Someone's just messaged me saying, watching on Sky, it's not just all men, but all private school men.
Oh, wow, that's an interesting one as well.
So there you have it. All I can tell you on Therese Coffey, and I am trying to find out, is that at the moment it is unclear. Now, she hasn't come out. The expectation was that she would not hold on to her job. There has been unhappiness around the policies around river pollution, and equally she was, of course, the Deputy Prime Minister to Liz Truss. Although, as I understand it, Sophie, friends of the two women have said to me they don't really talk anymore. So although she was a key ally of Liz Truss, I think that relationship has become more strained after what happened when Liz Truss had to resign. But we also know that often when someone goes in and they don't come out, past reshuffles have told us both, you're nodding with that knowing look, that often what can happen is there's some complexity around how the shuffle is going. So we've got to wait and see. We haven't had anyone else up the street now, but it's at the moment I can't give you an update because it's unclear. I would be surprised if she holds on to that brief, but there might be other factors at play.
Thanks very much, Beth. As Beth was saying, always your ears prick up if someone's gone in and they don't seem to come out again and nothing seems to have happened. Are they refusing to take a job? Is there a row going on? We'll keep an eye on that going forward. But we can have a look now at some reaction to the events so far this morning, because there's been a lot of reaction, as you would expect. First of all, on the sacking of Suella Braverman as Home Secretary, her shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has written to say Suella Braverman has now been sacked twice as Home Secretary. Rishi Sunak should never have reappointed her in the first place. He was warned against it and was warned on the damage she was doing. He went along with her undermining the police. The buck still stops with this weak Prime Minister. We've also heard from Humza Yousaf, the First Minister of Scotland, who said, never has someone been so unfit for public office as Suella Braverman. At a time when we need those in government to bring communities together, she revelled in fanning the flames of division. The Tories are out of ideas and out of time. There should be a general election now. And we've also had some reaction from the Conservative MP, Andrea Jenkins. She said, I support Suella Braverman. Sacked for speaking the truth. Bad call by Rishi, caving in to the left. It's an interesting reaction there from one of the Conservative backbenchers. But David Cameron's reaction as Prime Minister has also, David Cameron's appointments also has lots of reaction, including this one from Theresa May. She said congratulations on his return to government. His immense experience on the international stage will be invaluable at this time of great uncertainty in our world. Looking forward to working together again. The band getting back together. Theresa May there talking about David Cameron going back to the Foreign Office. Well, at a time of difficult foreign policy with the war in Ukraine and, of course, the conflict in the Middle East, I asked the former Foreign Secretary, Sir Malcolm Rifkind, what we can expect from David Cameron in his new role.
Well, I think it's an inspired appointment because we have a Foreign Secretary who already has the experience of foreign policy. He's represented the United Kingdom. He knows all the world leaders already. And at this particular moment, with a crisis in the Middle East, and with an ongoing crisis in Ukraine, it's much better to have someone with that background than someone who, however able, may be completely untested in the work of foreign policy.
Well, let's get some more analysis, shall we, from our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's in Westminster for us. Sam, what's your kind of main takeaways from the reshuffle so far?
I'll give you a little bit of updated information, Sophie, if I can, at the start. I'm told it was William Hague that actually brokered the deal between David Cameron and Rishi Sunak. It would be a natural thing to happen. William Hague, of course, close to Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak inherited his Richmond seat in Yorkshire, and of course, close to David Cameron. He was his foreign secretary for many years, so it would be an obvious person to do this, but I'm being told this hour that actually it was that former foreign secretary who helped secure the role for the now foreign secretary. I have to say, Sophie, the appointment of David Cameron, now Lord Cameron, probably Lord Cameron of Chipping Norton, if I was to take a bet, is a big move by Rishi Sunak. Clearly, he is sending a big signal that as someone who is strong, he can cope with a former Prime Minister in the tent around the top table. He is bringing in somebody with a lot of experience and somebody that won elections, and in 2015 won an election a little bit against the odds. But do not assume that the appointment of David Cameron is going to be plain sailing at all. The position that David Cameron took on Brexit, I think, remains a stain on his reputation in the eyes of lots of Tory members who are overwhelmingly Brexit backers. He has, as Prime Minister, done a lot on foreign affairs that, to say the least, has been criticised by other Tories. You have the intervention in Libya, which had an incredibly long tail. You had the attempt to intervene in Syria, which was blocked by Parliament, not least because there were lots of Tories that objected to a bombing campaign against Assad, fearing a sort of escalation of the conflict in the region. And then you've got David Cameron, who, along with George Osborne, his then Chancellor, was the author of the Golden Era strategy towards China, basically promoting business ties with China, which some would say, some Tories like Ian Duncan-Smith might say, was at the expense of the kind of distance that you might need to hold China, given what they regard as their true aim. So you've got questions about his foreign policy background. But more than anything else, Sophie, I think it speaks to where Rishi Sunak has chosen to place his electoral flag. David Cameron won a minority government in 2010 and a majority government in 2015 with big tent politics. He put his flag on the centre ground of British politics. Boris Johnson in 2019 rejected that in order to secure the Red Wall. I do wonder what lots of Tories who are perhaps Red Wall MPs wonder about what feels like a shift that also sees with the move of James Cleverly to the Home Office, perhaps a softening of the position on the European Convention of Human Rights, maybe a bit more to a position of staying in. I do wonder what Red Wall MPs think of the politics of seeing the man on your screens walk into Downing Street and come out as Lord Cameron, the Foreign Secretary. I do wonder how comfortable elements of the Tory party will be, even if parts of the media absolutely love the return of Britain's top centrist dad.
Britain's top centrist dad back in government, as Sam Coates says. Thank you very much, Sam. And it is right, as Sam was saying, there is an awful lot of people happy with the return of David Cameron. We've heard from plenty of them this morning, grandees in the Conservative Party, people close to Rishi Sunak around the cabinet table, but it's the backbenchers to keep an eye on. We've already seen Andrea Jenkins, for example, break ranks, saying that she's unhappy with the sacking of Suella Braverman. It will be interesting to see if those murmurings continue. Now, the return of Lord Cameron, David Cameron, to Cabinet was perhaps the biggest surprise of the morning. But let's have a look back, shall we, at his political career to date. Well, it began in 2001 when he was elected as the Member of Parliament for Witney in West Oxfordshire. 4 years later, he beat David Davis, Liam Fox and Kenneth Clarke to become the new leader of the Conservative Party. And leading the party into the 2010 general election, which resulted in a hung parliament, David Cameron then formed a coalition government with Nick Clegg's Liberal Democrats. This is really taking us back memory lane, isn't it? And then in the 2015 general election, he was again re-elected as Prime Minister, but this time he was at the head of a minority government, where he then called the EU referendum and quit just a year later, having backed Remain. I don't need to tell you the outcome of that referendum. And once out of government, Mr Cameron then became embroiled in the Greensill political lobbying scandal. Today, he's become the first former Prime Minister in more than half a century to return to Cabinet. That is a stat for you. And I have to say, I wasn't expecting to start today by reading out the potted history of David Cameron, but here we are. It's been an extraordinary day here in Westminster. We can speak now to the Conservative peer and pollster, Lord Hayward. Thank you very much for being with us. What's your reaction to the return of David Cameron?
I am really stunned, like you and like Sam and everybody else. It's an appointment that is challenging. As you say, there are certain people on the right of the Tory party who will definitely not like it. But following on from what Sam just said, there will be a lot of Tory MPs in the Surreys, the Berkshires, the Warwickshires, the Cheshires of this world who will be really pleased with the appointment, because David Cameron will be an appealing appointment to the voters in those sorts of counties.
What do you make of the sacking of Suella Braverman as well? Is it something that was inevitable, something that's going to improve the party's electoral chances, or is this a risk by Rishi Sunak? Because, I mean, we saw how she was acting when she was inside the tent. What on earth is going to happen now she's outside?
Well, Andrea Jenkins has got it wrong, because she made the comment in relation to Suella Braverman's comments about the marches. Suella had been offending both members of the Tory party and public at large over her comments in relation to lesbian and gays and asylum seekers. Then the thing that really had an enormous impact inside the Conservative Party was her comments about people living in tents as a lifestyle choice. And that was actually what really did for her. The last few days have been a question of timing, because once she made the comments that she did about lifestyle choice, she was going to go very soon thereafter anyway.
Interesting to hear you say that. Do you think that she could be more of a problem, I guess, for Rishi Sunak now that she's on the backbenchers?
I think given the way the media has covered Suella's comments over the last fortnight to 3 weeks, with headline after headline after headline, and it's almost impossible to be more of a problem outside than it was in, because anything the government wanted to try and do, it couldn't do, because your colleagues were interviewing the Home Secretary or other members of the party about Suella's latest comments rather than about the government's latest policy. So it's a judgment that the Prime Minister has clearly taken, that it's a risk, but it's a risk worth taking.
It's a fair comment, to be honest. There's been lots of interviews that I've done, I'll hold my hands up, where I've basically just trotted through the latest comments that the Home Secretary or then Home Secretary made, asking members of the current government if they agreed with them.
I'm not getting at you, it's the reality. Every member of the media was duty-bound to ask whoever it was about the Home Secretary's latest comments.
I'm interested to know your point of view on where it leaves Rishi Sunak with an election probably next year. Tim Montgomery, we spoke to earlier, long-standing kind of Conservative commentator, he was saying that he's happy to see David Cameron back in, but it's not going to be enough to shift the dial. Voters have made up their mind. There's nothing that Rishi Sunak can do now to get the Conservatives back to an election-winning position. Is that your view?
I saw Tim's interview, and he and I are broadly politically in very similar positions. But I don't agree with him to the extent that I just identified the sorts of the electorate which the Tories lost in 2017 or 2019, or just clung on to because Jeremy Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party. So I think it does move the dial somewhat, and it moves the dial in certain constituencies, certain parts of the country, the demographic, the well-educated, higher-earning, private sector entrepreneurial groups, the sort of people that Saatchi's were actually criticising the party for this morning. So I disagree with Tim on that particular element, but overall I think his analysis is reasonable. It'll be welcome to David Cameron, big challenge, but it's action that had to be taken anyway.
I guess my other kind of big question today is, who is Rishi Sunak and where is his government sitting on the political spectrum? Are they appealing to, the kind of red wall voters, people who backed Brexit, backed Boris Johnson, perhaps didn't vote last time round before that? Or are they, trying to shore up in the sort of blue shires against the Lib Dems, the kind of places that David Cameron might appeal to? Where are they, and how's that changed this morning?
I don't think it's changed particularly this morning. The problem for Rishi Sunak is that over the last year of his premiership, and it's only a year and a week or so since he became PM, he's actually had to be dealing with the backwash of the events of 2020 to 2022. Certainly, having been out canvassing on any number of days in mid-Bedfordshire, for example, he was just not picking up the pieces because there was all the elements still coming back. And we saw it with the COVID inquiry, with Dominic Cummings' comments and the like. So he is not the sort of person who wants to say, this is my position, this is what Sunakism is about. He wants to be a good manager who organises the country on a competent basis and says, I am going to run the country in this way, which is on a right of centre entrepreneurial basis, but in a process of good government rather than anything else.
OK, thank you very much indeed. There'll be lots more here in Downing Street on the reshuffle that's already delivered this morning with some big blockbuster news, and there's plenty to come. In the meantime, though, I want to take you back to the Sky News Centre where Jane Stecker is standing by. Jane.
Thanks so much, Sophie. Well, let's take you live now to Hounslow, where a news conference is taking place with the emergency services after, tragically, 5 people died in a house fire.
At 10:30 p.m. last night, officers and colleagues from the London Fire Brigade and the London Ambulance Service and ourselves were called to a fire at a residential home in Channel Close, Hounslow. Despite the life-saving efforts of all those attending, I'm very sorry to inform you all that 5 people have lost their lives in this fire. Sadly, we believe that 3 of those who have died were children, and there is at least one other person, an adult, who remains unaccounted for. This is truly a terrible incident. The loss of so many lives will cause unimaginable distress to the family and friends and the communities of all those involved. I want to express my sincere condolences on behalf of myself and the wider Metropolitan Police Service.
What's gone wrong, Chopper?
But I don't want to. It's all right at the moment, but just bear that in mind. Just maybe even if you come to come back and make up. Right, cheers, mate.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that the Soviet thing was a little bit of an afterthought. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think it was. Rachel, it's Robert Pastor. How are you? It was very odd to walk past you at that precise moment. Are you all right?
You want me to recap the house later, right?
I know. But what fucking reason did he give? It's very odd. I mean, it's just really weird. And I take it there's no chance of him changing his mind. Yeah. Okay. No. I thought, and I was, my head was, I was sort of daydreaming, and I suddenly thought, oh my God, how extraordinary. Anyway, I'm sorry this has happened, but you must come on the show now that you can. I'll get the team to get in touch. That'd be amazing. Okay, I'll get the team to get in touch. All right, all the best. Cheers, man. All right, just to let you know it was Rachel.
dodging a little thing and then a little thing. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Guys you're doing here, like there's no, we don't let tourists into the office. Jesus Christ.
Oh, they can do a long walk. Oh, it's just a lorry. Oh, Jesus.
What are your plans for government?
Oh, my God.
Mr. Barker, do you plan to carry on as Health Secretary? Mr. Bartley, any plans when it comes to have a promotion, or are you out?
Mr. Bartley, what is your new position? Sir? Alright. That's alright. Do you mind to pick that up on the sound? Yeah, it was Rachel, by the way. I'm not going to mention that now, but I'm going to put this just so funny. Yeah. I'm glad that my description and your ability to do a photo worked out. But anyway, very funny. All the best. Cheers. Which one is that? I don't know whether I want to do a shot. Depends who it is. Well, it just depends who it is, because it may be useful for the package. That's the problem. If I see somebody I want to be in shot for, I might move over there to get me in close. Because these things are cool, as it sort of editing bits.
Point of that is that housing is something where the Prime Minister will want to try and make a mark. Labour again making that a key election pledge there in terms of planning reform to get the housing market moving. Many MPs said to me around the King's Speech that they were disappointed that the Prime Minister hadn't been bolder on housing reform. He's done the leasehold changes, which something Gove was pushing, which was a kind of legacy issue. It wasn't one of his new ideas. But, you know, signal of intent there with a new housing minister. But the big question is, where does Steve Barclay go? It's two cabinet ministers in there now that haven't come out. But I guess what it also shows, Sophie, is that it is a wider reshuffle. This isn't just a tweak. This is a complete reset.
Should we be reading anything into the fact he's coming through the door of number 10? I mean, that's not normally what happens if you're about to get sacked, right?
No, it suggests he's going to be moved, or he's going to be moved. And, you know, sometimes they line up in chairs in there, and then he has to go and have conversations and then you know, negotiate. But yeah, I mean, it might be that he just gets reappointed. But as I said, my hunch is that he might want to put someone else in there in terms of also being able to make the argument to the public. I mean, when you have an election, you really need a very, very strong communicator running the health service, because, you know, they're going to be on the airwaves a lot in an election.
And as you say, the issue with the strikes too, maybe a new face around the table might help kind of shift some of that sluggishness that we've seen there. Beth, thank you much for your analysis. We'll go straight back to Beth if we see any more movement on what on earth is happening with Steve Barclay, on where on earth Therese Coffey is. We still don't know, but what we do know is Rachel Maclean out as housing minister. She's announced that herself on Twitter, saying she's been disappointed to lose her job. We're going to be right here on Downing Street, bringing you all the latest on the reshuffle that is suddenly moving again. In the meantime, we can talk now to the SNP MP for Glasgow East, David Linden. What do you make of the reshuffle so far?
Well, thanks very much, Sophie. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a reshuffle that shows that this is a government that has run out of time, run out of steam. We need a general election now. We need to get rid of the Tories, not just for one election, but forever with independence, because, you know, in my constituency, people are really worried about the cost of living crisis. They're seeing their energy bills go up, mortgages go up, food prices go up. All the while, we're seeing the Tory party once again turning on itself with this self-indulgent kind of recycling of former prime ministers and cruel, vindictive and incompetent home secretaries.
You're obviously saying it's kind of a recycling of former prime ministers. I guess the alternative perspective is that, look, David Cameron, this is a guy who knows the Foreign Office beat as prime minister. He knows the world leaders. He's got a certain amount of a reputation on the international stage. Maybe that is a good thing.
No, I don't think so. I mean, other than the Iraq War, I think Brexit was one of the biggest acts of self-harm that the UK did to itself in terms of foreign policy. And look, we have a challenge at the moment. We have war in Europe with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We have the situation in Gaza. And the idea that we bring back the likes of David Cameron, somebody who has a litany of failures when it comes to foreign policy, really does strike me as being a government that is out of time, out of steam, and that's why we need a general election.
I'm going to jump in, and you will forgive me because it is a very, very fast-paced morning of news, because I do just want to bring in Beth Rigby.
Yes,
what have you got?
Just breaking news, Therese Coffey has returned to the backbenches. She has left position as Environment Secretary. She was Liz Truss's former Deputy Prime Minister and also was at the time in charge of the Department of Health. This is her letter. It's been a privilege to serve in your cabinet, having been a minister since July 2014. Having served all 5 Conservative ministers, I consider it now the right time to step back from government. She says she is proud to deliver for the people, the planet and prosperity throughout the time. Turning ambition into action and delivery has been the hallmark of my service. She says, I want to thank the dedicated civil servants. Now on to the meat of it. As you know, DEFRA, the Department of Environment, touches as much as our lives. It's the voice and guardian of nature, food security in our countryside communities. Just in the last year, I was pleased to publish our environmental improvement plan, launch our plan for water, help secure the global biodiversity framework. She goes on to say, as for our rural communities, unleashing rural opportunity and championing the countryside is a core Conservative principle. She says, I served alongside you during COVID when I was Department for Work and Pensions. My key achievement was that during the pandemic we ensured that the welfare system continued to support people. She then goes on to the Health Secretary. She talks about her plan for patients. She says, while there's more I could write about, I'm proud of having achieved in government. I've been most proud of representing my constituencies. She ends saying, I look forward to supporting you from the backbenches and working together for a Conservative majority next election, which I believe profoundly to be in the national interest. So Therese Coffey there really with a string of her hits from government, noting that she served under 5 Prime Ministers, no sign of dissent or disgruntlement within that letter, telling the Prime Minister that she will support him from the backbenches. I think we've got the Prime Minister's one, but Sophie, I'll literally just read it as I go along. This
Breaking
is what
news. Here we go.
Sorry,
it's all happening
Therese
now.
Coffey has just resigned from government or been asked to leave government. This is what the Prime Minister says in his return letter. He says, I want to express my gratitude to you for years of dedicated ministerial service and your friendship to me personally. He says, as Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, you've worked hard to deliver for our rural communities. He then says you've driven work across government to support the rural economy and you're a consistent champion of better rural broadband. He says, I'm grateful for all your work as Health Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister, which helped prepare the health service for the winter. In a difficult time for our party, your teamwork and positivity helped bring everyone together. He then notes her work during the pandemic in the Department of Work and Pensions. Your record is one of dedicated service, with thanks for your service and friendship. So someone sacked from government, but quite dignified there in the way that they have handled that. Neither side in any way suggesting any negativity. Therese Coffey saying that she will serve from the backbenches. And I have to say, Sophie, that is not unexpected in terms of she was Liz Truss's key aide. She was kept on largely in a way to try and bring the party together. It's been a bumpy ride at DEFRA and now she is leaving government.
Well, we solved the mystery of Therese Coffey. She went in early this morning, didn't she? She has now been sacked, we know, from that role. It doesn't appear from the letters that she was offered another post, that she turned it down, but that's speculation, we don't know.
No, he might have offered her a lesser role. I wouldn't imagine in cabinet he might have offered her a ministerial job, but look, when you've been a Secretary of State, it's hard to kind of get a demotion like that. It's easier to go. What this reflects to me, though, is that this, as I was saying earlier, we were speculating about what might he be trying to do. This is the Rishi reset, in that he is now creating the cabinet he really wants. And I wonder whether he might move Steve Barclay actually to DEFRA and then bring a new health secretary in with CC. So someone is coming up the street. I can't. Who is that?
I think that's Richard Holden.
Richard Holden.
Here we go. We've got. This is an interesting one.
Richard Holden coming up the street, a minister at the moment, but is he heading for cabinet? He's in a very marginal seat.
Let's see.
Mr. Holden, are you ready for cabinet? Is this the Rishi reset?
Richard Holden there not answering Beth's questions as he goes in the door of number 10. Richard Holden in number 10 now. He is the MP for North West Durham.
It's a very marginal seat.
Marginal seats. Someone who perhaps is seen as a kind of red wall Conservative MP. He's currently a minister at the Department for Transport.
Minister. I was just trying to remember where he was.
Yeah.
He's a transport. Now that is interesting because Richard Holden is in a marginal seat, one that the Tories did not expect to win in the red wall, one almost certainly that they expect to lose, and that is a very interesting appointment. Richard Holden was actually also an advisor. He was a special advisor for many years, so he understands the machinery of government. He has himself advised cabinet secretaries. At the moment he is a minister, but Sophie, him going in at this point in a reshuffle suggests he is in for a
big job.
Promotion. That in itself is interesting, isn't it? Because what is the Prime Minister doing there if he's bringing in like red wallers that he thinks are good communicators? Is that with an eye on trying to appeal to that group of voters that at the moment Rishi Sunak doesn't seem able to reach?
And it does feel, doesn't it, that this is perhaps a bit more of a balance to that cabinet. People who may be a bit unhappy with the direction of travel with David Cameron. This is a guy who's the first ever Conservative MP for North West Durham. As you say, on TV an awful lot trusted with that broadcast round.
And actually someone just messaged me saying that Richard Holden's seat disappears after, this is Ian Dale actually, Richard Holden's seat disappears after boundary changes, apparently. So there you go.
Someone who we think is probably in line for a big promotion. I have to say though, Beth, right?
He might also be on the lookout for a seat somewhere else as well, so maybe he'll pop up in a safer Conservative seat if he thinks that one is totally lost.
Have to put it out there. People leaving government so far, Suella Braverman, Therese Coffey, Rachel McLean, 3 women. We've only really seen men being promoted so far.
No, and we were talking about this earlier, actually the big 4 officers of state, it's not since 2010 that one of them wasn't held by a woman, because you had obviously Theresa May was Home Secretary, then she was Prime Minister, we had Liz Truss in the Foreign Office, we had Suella Braverman in the Home Office, we had Priti Patel in the Home Office. So that's quite a big shift. For 14 years we haven't had an all-male cast at the top. And I am interested to see, and Therese Coffey now out as well, so, you know, what is the gender balance going to look like in this cabinet, in this government, once this reshuffle has been completed?
It really is the Rishi reset, though, isn't it? I mean, a wide-ranging reshuffle. We had the kind of box office appointments, Suella Braverman out, David Cameron back, a huge headline-grabbing move that. But now this is equally important, you know, health, transport, some of these key jobs there now being decided behind the door of number 10.
I mean, that is a meteoric rise of Richard Holden, though, if he is going in to Cabinet. I mean, he was elected in 2019 in a seat, as I said, you know, often in elections, people are asked to contest what is perceived to be unwinnable seats as kind of dry runs until they get the plum job and then they're in a seat for life. And Richard Holden did not expect to become an MP. And Richard Holden doesn't expect to hold the seat, or as you know, that seat could be gone. But the fact that he is in there now suggests that he is tipped for a big promotion there. So that is very interesting indeed.
Well, it is all go here on Downing Street. We had a slight lull, didn't we, after the first appointments, but now everything is really ramping up a gear. Just to kind of recap on where we are. So right now, Steve Barclay you've seen going in there, the Health Secretary. We've also seen Richard Holden, who's a junior minister in the Department for Transport, walking in as well. We know a couple of the people who've left government. Therese Coffey out, Rachel McLean out as housing too. What do you think, you know, just a kind of big picture thought, what is Rishi Sunak trying to achieve from the reshuffle today?
I think that the Prime Minister has had a horrible start to the term. It's been actually a really difficult year. If you step back, he came in, he was meant to steady the ship. He did that, he did calm the markets, but he hasn't shifted the polls. He hasn't given voters a reason to look at Rishi Sunak again and consider whether they might want him to remain in number 10 at the next general election. Everything he does is not cutting through. And so what he's doing now is it's the last throw of the dice in a way. I mean, if you're a Prime Minister and you think, I'm 20 points behind in the polls, I'm getting smashed up by my Home Secretary, everyone's saying I'm weak, there's no discipline, you know, former cabinet ministers are kind of not even privately or off record criticising me, they're turning up at party conference to tell the audience how I'm going wrong. What he's doing now is it's kind of, he is taking back control. It will be controversial, but he's trying to show leadership.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby, our political editor. We're going to be here on Downing Street every twist and turn. Many people behind the door now. It is all go in the blockbuster reshuffle. And of course, as Beth was saying, really the Prime Minister's last chance to reshuffle his pack in a significant way ahead of the general election that we expect next year. We're going to find out how successful that's going to be in the weeks and months ahead. It's 1 o'clock and you are watching Sky News live from Downing Street on a dramatic day as the Prime Minister reshuffles his cabinet. Suella Braverman is sacked as Home Secretary days after she criticised the Met Police over pro-Palestinian protests on Armistice Day. But she's been replaced by the former Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, but says she'll have more to say in due course. Well, in a move that nobody saw coming, the former Prime Minister David Cameron returns to government as Foreign Secretary. He's at work in the Foreign Office already, having been given a seat in the House of Lords to enable him to take up the job. And another casualty of Mr Sunak's reset this lunchtime, the Environment Secretary Therese Coffey is returning to the backbenchers.
Also ahead this hour, police believe 3 children are among 5 people dead following a house fire in West London. And remembering Sir Bobby, thousands gather in Manchester for the funeral of the England footballing legend.
Good afternoon from a very busy Downing Street, where a cabinet reshuffle is underway and is already delivering high drama. We've seen the former Prime Minister David Cameron return here to accept the role of Foreign Secretary. Now, that was made possible after James Cleverly left the Foreign Office to replace Suella Braverman as Home Secretary after her sacking earlier this morning. So some big moves already. Let's just recap what's happened so far, because almost as soon as we learned that a reshuffle was underway came the news that Suella Braverman had lost her job as Home Secretary. Now, that follows days of speculation, with some calling for her to go after her comments ahead of this weekend's protest. Well, in a statement issued after her sacking, Suella Braverman said, "It's been the greatest privilege of my life to serve as Home Secretary." And then she said, "I will have more to say in due course."
A fresh start, Home Secretary. Are you pleased with the new job, Home Secretary? Is this a fresh start for Rishi Sunak, sir? Did Braverman have to go?
James Cleverly was soon confirmed as Ms Braverman's replacement as Home Secretary. And his replacement, this is a big surprise, the former Prime Minister David Cameron. Now, of course, he's no longer an MP, so he was given an immediate peerage to enable him to return to government. Well, in a statement, Lord Cameron said, "Although I may have disagreed with some individual decisions, it's clear to me that Rishi Sunak is a strong and capable Prime Minister showing exemplary leadership at a difficult time." I'm going to just pull out of this statement, if I may, because we're getting more movement here on Downing Street. This is Victoria Atkins that we can see going in. Well, we were talking, weren't we, about the lack of women in the top jobs.
Is this the Rishi Sunak reset? Is it a fresh start for this government?
Can this cabinet really
Are you going to
pull
be the
together?
new Health Secretary, the new Environment Secretary?
She's the current Financial Secretary to the Treasury, Victoria Atkins. Is she still going to have that job when she leaves the door of number 10? I doubt it. She is somebody who there has been some speculation around. Let's bring in Beth Rigby, shall we?
This really now is shaping up to be the government in Rishi Sunak's image. Vicky Aikins has been a close ally to him. She is now through the door. She has been tipped for promotion. The other thing I'm picking up is watch out for Laura Trott. Now, another key Rishi Sunak ally. Could she be heading, someone suggested maybe for the environment job, but obviously there's also suggestions that Steve Barclay might be moving to the environment job. When he had to do a reshuffle, a mini one, because Ben Wallace, do you remember, resigned, what he actually did was he put Claire Coutinho in as Energy Secretary. Now, she was a really close ally. And I think now what we're beginning to see are some of the Sunak backers that have been him all the way and that were slightly sidelined under Johnson and then, of course, Truss, now coming back. So now we have Vicky Aikins in there as well.
So So far, Vicky Aikins in there, we've got Steve Barclay in there, and we've also got
Richard Holden.
Richard Holden, that's it. Three people. I know, I was like, oh my goodness.
I know, we're going to have
so much movement. They're all currently behind that door, so we'll find out what is going on there. And look, often with reshuffles, it feels to me, Beth, that like people are like, look, it's all about personalities, it's policies that matter to us. But actually, I think what this signifies is a shift in the government too. This is significant, not just because of the faces and the personalities of the people behind that door, but of what it signifies in terms of where this government's moving, more to the centre ground.
Yeah, more to the centre ground. And also, if you are saying, I want to signify change, but you've been in power for 13 years, that is a hard sell. But one way you can do that is by having a more modern, fresher set of voices to represent your policies, your values, your strategy. And I think that's what we're beginning to see, that we will see this refreshed faces around the cabinet table with some of those people, such as Trace Coffey, who, as she said, served under 5 prime ministers coming back in, and then the kind of Back to the Future moment.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Which is still blowing my mind of David Cameron, which,
less
yes, in a way, but in a way it's going back, but in a way that is quite a bold, different thing to do, isn't it? To bring a former prime minister in to be at your top table, and if anything, there will be, I remember, endless debate about whether this is a smart move or a too risky a move, whether there's backfiring. Labour will, of course, find ways to attack Cameron's record. I mean, it's not without risk, but what it does also show is a Prime Minister that doesn't, just to quote one former Cabinet Minister about last week, doesn't just want to manage, wants to lead, wants to recast his top team in his image, and wants people around that table that aren't going to undermine him. If you haven't got much authority, personal authority in your cabinet, how do you expect to command authority with the public in terms of them looking to you and thinking, this guy can lead us? So the first step for him has to be to reset a cabinet. I remember Boris Johnson, Sophie, when he was having the door is open.
Oh,
is it Larry?
It's a policeman.
It's a policeman. My train of thought there. No, I remember with Boris Johnson, do you remember when he was having such a bumpy time? The fact that he'd only put loyalists into his cabinet in that moment really helped him, because he didn't have cabinet, well, he did at the end, but for a long period of time, he had loyalists coming out again and again and again to back him. And that's what Rishi Sunak needs.
And the one thing you got, David Cameron is not going to be gunning for his job. That's the one thing he does know.
No, don't think they've done that.
Thanks very much, Beth. We'll have lots more analysis from Beth. I just want to...
Oh, I've just got, sorry, this is just...
Breaking news.
Some breaking... Hang on, it's not confirmed.
OK,
breaking
rumours.
They think Steve Barclay's going to DEFRA, Vicky Aikins is going to Health. And, I'm hearing that... John Glenn might be going to Paymaster General, and Laura Trott, as I was just talking about, could be going to become the Chief Sec. So let's see. So my latest intel is Barclay to DEFRA, Atkins to Health, as I say, not confirmed, and Laura Trott, who someone was mentioning to me, I'm looking forward to seeing her coming up the street.
Which would be a big public-facing...
Right. Let's see.
I love it. Really going to, putting your cards on the table there, Beth.
Yeah,
it's high risk, but we'll see
Pressure
how it goes.
Now.
Victoria Atkins, if she does go to Health, promotion for her, and in a public-facing role, she'll be doing a lot of public-facing media, job.
And look, the Prime Minister's 3 priorities, or 5 priorities, but 3 of them are economy. Economy, so he puts Laura Trott in. He's already got John Glenn in there, who is a key ally. He can't really move Jeremy Hunt, at least not for now. Is there a little mini reshuffle next year? Let's leave that for the time being. Like, Hunt is staying, let's just stick
Not
with
just before the autumn statement, surely.
But, small boats, he's now put Cleverly in. He knows that Cleverly isn't going to row with him over the policy. And then he's got Vicky Aikins, if that is confirmed, into Health. Again, she has a different manner. She, he might think that she's better to go up against Wes Streeting, a different communicator. Because Steve Barclay, I think within government, when you talk to people that have worked with him, there is a sort of view that he gets on with it, he gets the job done, but he's kind of a backroom boy, you know.
Which maybe is what you need in the environment as well. Is lots of difficult things there around water, for example.
Yeah, and you want, you know, so what you want is in those kind of election-facing portfolios, you're going to want people that you want to come out time and again to make the case. And also, as you were saying, I mean, he's also been closely linked to all the strike, all the kind of the things that have gone wrong. A fresh start helps the Prime Minister sort of say we're getting a grasp of the waiting list.
And maybe unlock some movement as well.
But that's not confirmed, so we've got to see.
Lots more speculation, lots more rumours here to come. We've got lots of people behind the door. I'm going to find out where they're going to end up. The one thing we do know is that James Cleverly is the new Home Secretary, as Beth was saying, someone who's going to be on those kind of frontline key priority roles. We're going to be hearing a lot more from James Cleverly in that job. He's already been speaking about his appointment.
It's been a huge privilege to serve as Foreign Secretary, and in that time I worked very closely with my colleagues in the Home Office, cracking down on illegal migration, reducing the number of small boat arrivals, and now as the Home Secretary I'm absolutely committed to stopping the boats as we promised, but also making sure that everybody in the UK feels safe and secure going about their daily business, knowing that the government is here to protect them. So it's a fantastic job and it's a real privilege to serve. Thank you very much.
And do you want to distance yourself from the rhetoric of the previous Home Secretary?
Well, I intend to do this job in the way that I feel best protects the British people and our interests. I have had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister, who's made it very clear that he wants us to deliver on our promises, to stop the boats, to protect the British people, make sure everybody feels secure in their lives. Thank you very much.
I've got a little slither of breaking news to bring you now because Beth is picking up a bit of movement. We're going to bring you all of the reshuffle news, movers and shakers as soon as we have them. Beth, what's happening?
Yeah, Paymaster General and Cabinet Officer Minister Jeremy Quinn has just stood down. He says, I wish you well in the future as you focus on the long-term position for the country. Now that fits in with what I was just saying because now there's a vacancy there. Will John Glenn, number 2 at the Treasury, move to Cabinet Office to help the Prime Minister execute John Glenn, a long-standing ally of the Prime Minister? And does that make space for Laura Trott to go in at number 2 at the Treasury? As we're saying, Vicky Atkins, I mispronounced her name earlier, someone pointed it out to me. Vicky Atkins could become Health. Will Barclay move to DEFRA? As soon as we know, I will let you know.
And Paymaster General is one of those jobs, half of you are probably thinking, what on earth is that? It's not that public facing, but it is kind of important to the nitty-gritty of government, right?
Yeah, excuse me, I've got something in my throat. Yeah.
OK, I'm going to give you a minute.
It's important.
Okay.
And it's also having your key allies in the machinery of government to execute what you want to be done.
So one of those significant moves, particularly, even though it may be something that isn't, you know, your kind of box office, big ticket headlines. Right, let's have a look, shall we, at some of the reaction to the event so far, because there's been an awful lot going on here in Downing Street. Let's take a moment. So, on Suella Braverman's sacking, feels like about 3 years ago. Oh, no, I'm actually not even going to go to this graphic. Classic. Which just shows how quick it all is.
Yeah.
Laura Trott is currently walking up the streets of Downing Street now. This is someone who we are expecting to be in line for a promotion.
Yeah.
Ally of Rishi Sunak, also David Cameron, too, someone also making a return back.
Laura Trott, is it time for a fresh start? Is this the Rishi reset? Fresh start for government?
Is this a government that can hold together?
There you go.
Laura Trott there, currently Pensions Minister. Something tells me she's not going to be Pensions Minister for too much longer.
It's all, yes, and actually Laura Trott as well was an advisor under David Cameron. So she was in the Cameron number 10. She became MP for a very safe seat. I think it might be Sevenoaks.
It was Sevenoaks,
was
yeah.
it? Okay.
Sevenoaks, yeah.
That was, so she's got a very safe seat. She's worked her way up. She's considered very capable. Again, a modern, fresh face for this government.
On that as well, because we talked about the change of direction. So I interviewed Laura Trott last week, and I put to her, do you agree with Suella Braverman's comments on homeless people and that being a lifestyle choice? Do you agree with some of the other calls that she was saying on the protest? And she was very clear in saying, no, I do not. I would not have said that.
Yeah.
So this is, again, someone perhaps getting tipped to a big job in cabinet that is perhaps a break from what we've seen more recently.
This is what I think. I think both in Vicky Atkins and then in Laura Trott, what you'll see in there, and in Claire Coutinho, actually, let's take that trio of women, conservative women that have maybe not had opportunities under the past administrations, now obviously being lifted up under Rishi Sunak, as he tries, I think, to try and create a sense of a modern, fresher government, and taking out some of those older faces that have served in all of these different, they've dotted around the cabinet, and given the voter a different face of the Conservative Party. Very interesting that those people are in there. So now we're seeing, does Vicky Atkins go to health? Barclay maybe moved to DEFRA, Trott maybe Chief Secretary to the Treasury. I have to say, though, another source in Whitehall suggested to me that Trott might go to DEFRA. So it might be that she doesn't go to the number 2 at Treasury, she goes leapfrogs into Cabinet, and then you would have Claire, Laura and Vicky all around the Cabinet table. But then the question is, what does that mean for Steve Barclay? Is he out of government? We'll find out soon enough.
There's a kind of few more jigsaw piece puzzles that we're trying to work out exactly where they fit together, but it is all movement here in Downing Street, lots of movement in and out of that door. We're seeing a new look cabinet. We're also seeing a cabinet that is really, frankly, in a different place to the one before, much more towards the centre ground. We saw that, of course, with the appointment of Lord Cameron, but also with some of those key figures like Vicky Atkins, like Laura Trott, clearly being elevated. Let's speak to the former Conservative MP now, shall we, Ian Twin. What's your take on the reshuffle so far?
Exciting. For a Monday, very exciting. Hello?
Exciting for Monday is one way of putting it. I think that is absolutely right.
I think it's
good. Do you approve of the moves?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Suella Braverman was becoming the news herself rather than what she should be doing as Home Secretary. I think that makes it almost impossible for a minister to carry on. So we've got a really good experienced person now, with James Cleverly going in. David Cameron is the big surprise, but very good. Real experience, will get straight in and get on with the job.
You say that you are approving of the appointment of David Cameron, or Lord Cameron, I should say. There will be other people who say, hang on a minute, how do you pitch yourself as the change candidate? And you've got the guy who, was elected 10 years ago, 13 years ago, and had to resign after losing the Brexit referendum.
Well, he didn't have to resign. That was his decision. Rather a pity.
Okay, he decided to resign after losing the Brexit referendum.
So I think he's welcome back. He has got that great experience of foreign affairs. He already knows the people. We do need to have good, strong relationships with countries all around the world, and with the UN and with the EU. He can do that job, and he needs to get on with it pretty quickly.
If you look at the election prospects, which is a difficult needle to thread with the best will in the world for the Conservative Party, if it is called next year, you won last time because Boris Johnson appealed to voters in the Red Wall, people who voted for Brexit. How is bringing back David Cameron, the man who spearheaded the Remain campaign, plus it does feel elevating more people on the centre of the party. How does that appeal to those voters who backed you last time round and are really thinking about whether to do so again?
Well, two things. I think, one, we are now all completely committed to Brexit and making Brexit work, not trying to unpick it. And David Cameron, at his time, and I observed him very closely over in Brussels, was desperately trying to get a good deal from the European Commission. It was the Commission that failed and let him down, which put him in the spot with a referendum.
What do you think it says about Rishi Sunak's authority?
I think it shows he's got a mind of his own, and he's quite capable of doing it. getting a strong team round him who he can rely on and work with. And there'll be some new fresh blood, as well as old blood on the pavements. But and that'll be good for him. He can relax and get on with the job.
Let's talk a little bit about Suella Braverman now, shall we? I thought it was a little bit ominous, shall we say, in her resignation statement, saying that she would be talking more in due course. How much of a problem do you think she could be for the Prime Minister on the backbenches?
Well, she was already speaking for a section within the parliamentary party and probably the country the party in the country as well. So I don't think it'll be any more of a problem than that was there before. But at the moment, Rishi Sunak is the leader of the party and the Prime Minister, and I think people need to pull themselves together and speak with one voice, supporting the party and the government. So she will not be popular if she tries to undermine what the Cabinet is trying to do.
And if it does feel like we're having a shift, certainly a shift of personnel, but also like a shift in direction of the party, what does that mean for Rishi Sunak and the leadership that he's providing? If one week he's saying, I've got full confidence in Suella Braverman, I agree with what she wants to do on immigration, and then the next week he's bringing people like David Cameron back into cabinet, elevating people like Laura Trott, Vicky Atkins from a different wing of the party. I feel like I've got whiplash just looking at this.
I think that that's an easy point to make, but we won't know until we actually see what they're speaking about. And I suspect the new members of the Cabinet will be firmly behind what the Prime Minister wants. I don't see him changing his mind about the direction. The Tory party is a coalition of all people, and you need all those people in the Cabinet.
And just finally, I've been speaking to some commentators previously, trying to work out if you think that this is enough of a reset to move the dial in terms of the electorate. Do you think this is perhaps enough to get an election-winning team around the Prime Minister?
An election-winning team is one which doesn't argue amongst itself and pulls together both in Parliament and in the Cabinet, and that would be the deciding factor.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Interesting to hear your thoughts this morning, or afternoon, I should say. It's been going like a flash because of all the movements behind and that door behind me. We've got already Richard Holden, we've got Laura Trott, we've got a whole Steve Barclay, he hasn't come out yet. There's an awful lot of people behind that door now. Vicky Atkins, another one. We're not sure what jobs they're going to emerge with, but the one thing we do know is that this is an incredibly wide-ranging reshuffle. This is the Rishi reset that we've been long promised. The question is whether or not it's going to do enough to move the dial for him in those polls. We'll have more from Downing Street, but let's just go back to Jane Secker now with today's other news.
Sophie, thanks very much. Well, let's take you up to Manchester, where thousands of people are expected to line the streets to honour one of English football's greatest players, Sir Bobby Charlton. There are thousands of people who are out there on the streets. The cortege is travelling through the city. It's going up to Old Trafford, where people are able to pay their respects to it before then travelling on to Manchester Cathedral at 2 o'clock for the funeral itself. We've got a correspondent up there. Our sports correspondent Rob Harris is at Manchester Cathedral, where the funeral is taking place. But first, we've got Shingi Marariki, who's outside Old Trafford, of course, the home of Manchester United, and we can see many of those people already lining the streets up there for us. Shingi, he is enormously loved in Manchester. Tell us a little bit about what the atmosphere is like up there and what's actually happening there today.
That's absolutely right, and you get a sense for how much he is enormously loved here just by the turnout. There are thousands of people here now outside of Old Trafford as they get ready for Sir Bobby Charlton's final journey through the grounds of Old Trafford, a stadium that is so special to him, a stadium so closely attached to his legacy. And first of all, the cortege, which is around 10 minutes away, will go past this statue behind me, the Trinity statue of Denis Law, Bobby Charlton and George Best, those legendary players from the 1960s team. And in what is one of many special touches linked to his legacy, you can see behind me next to the statue are young players lined up. So youth teams, the under-18s team, the under-21s team are going to form a guard of honour as the hearse moves past them, which is a nod to the fact that he, of course, was famously one of the Busby Babes, a young player who signed for Manchester United as a schoolboy, and he had such long and enduring ties to the club. Thinking about...
Yeah, I can hear you well. Can you hear me okay? Great, thanks. You all right now? Yeah. Sorry? Maybe that's more than that. So you okay there?
Yeah, can you attach that later, please?
Is that all right? Thank you. Are we present here later? Are we present? No, there's no reason to particularly. Okay. All right, so I'm going to do this, and then I'll go over and do this podcast. All right. Cheers. That's something. Sure, no problem. Yeah, sure, no worries. I can hear you well, yeah. Sure. Did you hear that? Yeah. Okay. No worry, thank you. Great, thanks. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Just like here we go.
I mean, I'm not going to come here for a year.
No, this is enough.
Jesus.
Never set foot in the street.
It's like Kentucky Fried Chicken. You go, maybe I'll. Oh, never again.
Why did I do that?
Is this our last Elijah?
Yeah. I think it's ready to talk about the
There's still another one.
He's washing an insulated jacket.
They're kind of like dark.
So these are the most significant changes since Rishi Sunak came down just over a year ago. He appointed David Cameron, partly because looking around backbenches indeed. There are no obvious big hitters to take that foreign secretary job at a time when that job has been more important, is more important, excuse me, than for many, many years because of the appalling things we've witnessed in Ukraine with Putin's invasion and now the terrible events in the Middle East, in Israel and Gaza. This is a Prime Minister who wants this country to play a leading role on the world stage, and the advantage of having somebody like David Cameron back is he knows many world leaders. He is already a big figure, so that's why he's coming back. I think there's also a sense in which he plays better in Tory heartlands, in the so-called blue wall, than Suella Braverman, who has been sacked as Home Secretary, and the reason she has been sacked is because she is seen by Rishi Sunak as somebody who's simply not a team player. Obviously, there's been much speculation that she would go since she wrote that unauthorised piece for the Times, a piece criticising the police for not stopping the march, the pro-Palestine march over the weekend. A piece, as I say, that Downing Street over there did not authorise, but I'm told that the Prime Minister already decided to sack her when she made those very contentious remarks about how homeless people living in Thames were making a lifestyle choice. She's been replaced by James Cleverly, who was Foreign Secretary, creating that opening for David Cameron. It is remarkable for me to be back here 7.5 years after David Cameron stood at the podium outside Downing Street and announced his resignation. He just lost the referendum on keeping Britain in the European Union. He'd been leading the campaign to keep Britain in the European Union, felt he couldn't stay after British people rejected his appeal to stay in the European Union. At that point, he described himself as having been the future once. He is back. Quite remarkable. What was going on there? What do we think was happening? Sorry, nothing. YouTube picking up everything we're saying. So William Jones and Reuters is basically put out a tweet warning us all to be careful what we say to each other. Say again?
My thoughts like it off now. He's not around. Let's see if we can make it today. Political journalists.
I might do a quick piece to camera when we're done on the thing, if that's all right. Sure. Again? As long as as long as you can see down this way on my shoulder. Sorry? Sorry? Yeah, we can do it while the programme's on, if you like. Okay, you ready? Say it? Yeah, I have. Do you know, are you recording it on a card or are you sending it straight through? Say again? Oh, right. All right. Well, shall we do it after? Shall we do it immediately after? Let's just do it immediately after the hit.
Her replacement is James Cleverly, who leaves his role as Foreign Secretary to become the new Home Secretary. And his replacement, a bit of shock, the former Prime Minister David Cameron, now Lord Cameron, we should say, after being granted a peerage, he's been appointed as the new Foreign Secretary. So a return to frontline politics after 7 years. There's also been other departments in the junior ranks as well. Now, the return to David Cameron to Cabinet may be a surprise to some, but we can have a look back at his political career to date. This is not the thing that I was expected to do today. It really does show the surprise at that reappointment of him. But David Cameron's political career began all the way back in 2001. That was when he was first elected as a Member of Parliament for Witney in West Oxfordshire. Just 4 years later, he beat David Davis, Liam Fox and Kenneth Clarke to become the new leader of the Conservative Party. And then leading the party into the 2010 general election, it resulted in a hung parliament. David Cameron then formed a coalition government alongside Nick Clegg's Liberal Democrats. This is really taking a trip down memory lane, isn't it? And then in the 2015 general election, he was again re-elected as Prime Minister, but this time at the head of a minority government. He then called the EU referendum and quit just a year later. He backed Remain, and of course I don't need to tell you what the outcome of that was. Once out of government though, Mr Cameron became embroiled in the Greensill political lobbying scandal. And today he's become the first former Prime Minister in more than half a century to return to Cabinet. So some real big news there, news that we were not expecting. David Cameron, former Prime Minister, back in government, a peerage along the way. He is the new Foreign Secretary. Well, joining us now is Lord Ricketts, the former National Security Advisor to David Cameron, also the former head of the Foreign Office. Were you surprised as we were at the appointment of David Cameron?
Yes, I was completely surprised by it. But when you think about it, there's a lot of sense behind this. The world is in a very dangerous state. There are two major crises happening simultaneously. The Prime Minister needed a heavyweight who could move straight into the Foreign Office and take it over without missing a stride. And David Cameron, although he's been out of office a few years, had 6 years as Prime Minister. I saw him at very close quarters operating in the foreign policy area. He was always competent, calm. He's got a very good range of networks among world leaders, some of whom are still there from when he was Prime Minister. So this is somebody who can hit the ground running at a very dangerous time.
You say he can hit the ground running, but at the same time, he is somebody who has a reputation when it comes to foreign affairs. And yes, there's good things about that, like he's obviously well known, he has connections with world leaders and so on. But there are negatives too, because not all of David Cameron's foreign policy legacy was a positive one. I'm thinking in particular of Libya.
Yes, I mean, he has got a contested legacy. The Libya crisis and also the decision to hold the Brexit referendum, still very controversial. Nonetheless, when I was with him, he engaged closely with the key issues of the moment. He's good at taking the day-to-day decisions that are the life of a foreign secretary. He gets on well with a range of world leaders, like then Vice President Biden, now the president, like the Gulf rulers, like Benjamin Netanyahu. He's got a lot of the contacts that are necessary. He managed the Libya crisis in a very effective way. The outcome was not what he or anybody else wanted, but I think you've got somebody here who's an experienced, competent operator, and I suspect that's why he's been chosen.
Now, you, of course, know David Cameron very well. You've kind of worked with David Cameron previously. Where do you think he is going to be when it comes to the Middle East? The number one thing in his intro as Foreign Secretary?
Yes, I mean, I think that the job reflects the fact that Rishi Sunak is going to have to spend a lot of the next year on domestic politics with the election looming. He needs somebody at the Foreign Office who's got authority and can really take a grip of all the big foreign policy issues. I think number 1 and 2 in his intro, obviously, are the Israel-Gaza war and the Ukraine crisis, which we haven't talked very much about in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but is still very dangerous, Ukraine facing a very difficult winter. So I think he needs to get on the road very quickly, both out to the Middle East and also soon to Ukraine, to pick up those pieces. There is also a relationship with the EU to be managed. James Cleverly had forged a good relationship with the EU Commissioner, Mr Šefčovič. I think David Cameron will pick that up very easily. Of course, he has a background with his Brexit referendum, but it was somebody who wanted to work closely with the EU, spent 6 years doing that. So, yeah, a very busy foreign policy agenda for him to pick up very fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to pick up on in that answer. Just to go first to your comments on the EU, that clearly, for many people, is how they remember David Cameron as Mr Remain, the guy who led the campaign for Remain during the Brexit referendum and then resigned when it didn't go his way. I mean, how do you think his relationships with Brussels going forward are going to work? And is he someone who can really accept Brexit?
I mean, we're 7 years on now from the referendum. Britain is out of the EU. There's a new normal for the UK as a third country for the EU, but with an important relationship with it. And the war in Ukraine actually has played a really important part, I think, in bringing the EU and the UK back together again. You know, all those fights. Sefcovic. David Cameron, I think, had very good relationships with Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel when he was Prime Minister. But I haven't talked to him, but I suspect he will be comfortable accepting the policy of the UK and US governments at the moment, which is that the first critical priority is to get some humanitarian pauses so that hostages can be got out, urgent humanitarian aid can be got in. Of course, a ceasefire is what we all want to see, but calling for a ceasefire doesn't make it happen. And the practical diplomacy right now is for David Cameron to work very closely with Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, to try to get to humanitarian pauses as rapidly as possible. And then also begin to think with the Israelis, what happens when the fighting stops? How do we prevent a slide back into further violence in a few years' time? So there's a big agenda there, but I think the government policy is well established. I personally think it's the right one, and I think he needs to engage with that very fast.
Thank you very much indeed. Always interesting to get your perspective on these issues. Lord Peter Ricketts there. Well, we're in Downing Street. You can see that the rain has started coming down. Me and Beth now huddling under the umbrella outside the number 10 door.
We already had hair challenges, didn't we, today?
It's just what we need
now.
Beth.
Yeah.
But there's still an awful lot of people behind that door, aren't there? There's a lot of jigsaw puzzles that still haven't been placed.
Yeah, let's recap. Where are we? So Suella Braverman, Home Secretary, out. David Cameron, new Foreign Secretary. James Cleverly, the new Home Secretary. Therese Coffey is out of government, back to the backbenches. And now inside we have Vicky Atkins, who I think is going to be the Health Secretary. I expect that to happen. I've had it from one source, yet to be confirmed, but that's my expectation. And then Steve Barclay, I think, might move to DEFRA, so he's agreed a swap. But, you know, it can all go wrong in there as well, because this does involve people with feelings and emotions that might not want to accept things.
It's hard to remember a reshuffle where there hasn't been some kind of
hiccup. Laura Trott is in there, former Cameron advisor, a rising star, a key ally of Rishi Sunak. My expectation is that she might go to the financial secretary job at the Treasury, the chief secretary, the second biggest job at the Treasury. And that would mean that John Glenn, who was tipped originally actually to move to defence over the summer, a key Rishi Sunak ally, viewed as very competent, could he go to the Cabinet Office to be the Paymaster General as Jeremy Quinn goes? If that happened, he would be in there with Oliver Dowden. two key Sunak allies there in the machine, in the heart of the machine, grinding those cogs to get delivery. When you talk to people in Number 10 and people around the Prime Minister about how they would frame this reshuffle, I think point one is a unified government. He's sick of the carping of the Home Secretary undermining him. Number two, someone just said to me, competence is king, and it goes back to this idea of trying to have a sort of professionalised operation. And then the other thing is that he's trying to show change in the sense that he is, grabbing the bull by the horns and shaking up. Terrible analogy, as someone on Twitter just pointed out to me, because you don't want to shake an angry bull. But the point of that is that he is trying to show that he is prepared to do things differently. He's prepared to bring in new faces. He's prepared to promote people. And look, Sophie, at this stage, if he is at 6 months, year out from election, what's he got to leave? He's still 20 points behind in the polls, so he's got to do something. And it's funny, isn't it? Because we've talked a lot, haven't we, about all these reset moments. And in a way, the first two, i.e. conference and King's Speech, having failed, this actually does feel like one now, doesn't it?
It does feel like that. And I think actually to zoom out, because we're talking about the cogs in the wheel, the different people moving around, I feel like we're often told that reshuffle is about who's up and who's down. But the big thing here, it feels to me, I don't know if you agree, Beth, is what this says about the direction of the government. Because with Suella Braverman out, David Cameron back in, Laura Trott, Vicky Atkins being promoted, this feels like a shift in direction as well.
Yeah, it's a shift in direction in the sense that time is running out. He is moving, undoubtedly, the party back to the centre ground. There was an expectation in the run-up to conference that he was going to tilt to the right, that he was going to stoke culture wars, that Suella Braverman was going to get really tough on immigration, that the party wanted to move back reform voters, so lapsed Conservatives that had gone to the Reform Party, that they were looking at that end of the political spectrum. And what this is showing is it's clearly moving back. I mean, to the point that the Lib Dems, when they're tweeting stuff out, we see the party chairman, Greg Hands, going, hang on a minute, David Cameron appeals to Lib Dem voters. I mean, so Rishi Sunak has kind of dabbled in that sort of area. And he's clearly bringing the party back to the centre ground. It's going to be deeply unpopular with a lot in his party, though.
Yeah, it is.
And it's going to make it even harder to govern. But at the same token, was it easy for him?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a King's Speech where loads of stuff was left out because he didn't think he could get it through Parliament. So what has he got to lose? And I think people that have doubted him will at least feel now, Sophie, that he is actually trying to lead and be incisive.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. We'll have more from Beth, more about the movements behind that door. The rain seems to be easing up slightly, but we're going to see how the political weather is for Rishi Sunak after the reshuffle. As Beth was saying, it feels like they're now trying to appeal to a different set of voters, not necessarily the reform voters. I mean, that's not exactly a David Cameron appointment, is it? He's not exactly going to pick up the kind of Nigel Farage vote, but Rishi Sunak is gambling that there is a different set of voters here, perhaps in the centre ground, that he can win over ahead of the next general election. We'll have all the latest movements coming up in just a few moments' time.